As the guests dispersed, Lady Leyland followed Caven to a small sitting room adjacent to the dining hall. The space was intimate but formal, designed for private conversations that didn't warrant the seclusion of his personal study. "Please, sit." Caven gestured to a comfortable chair upholstered in blue velvet. She settled down, watching him move to an ornate locked cabinet in the corner of the room. From within, he withdrew a leather-bound journal, its cover worn with age and frequent handling, faint traces of golden script barely visible on its spine. Lady Leyland's eyes widened as she recognized it. "That's my grandmother's journal," she whispered, her voice a mixture of disbelief and longing. "Father told me it was lost after her death." "Not lost," Caven corrected smoothly, running his fingers over the cover with what appeared to be genuine reverence. "Entrusted to me for safekeeping. Your father, my good friend Eoric, feared what might happen if the wrong people discovered it among your family's possessions." He handed her the journal, watching intently as her fingers trembled slightly upon contact with the leather binding. "He asked me to give this to you when the time was right, when you were on your way to take your rightful place at the academy." Lady Leyland opened the cover carefully, her eyes quickly scanning the familiar handwriting that filled the first page. These are her private thoughts, her research. She looked up at Caven, suspicion mingling with hope in her expression. "Why would Father keep this from me all these years, only to have you give it to me now?" "Protection, my dear," Caven replied, seating himself across from her. "Your grandmother's ideas about the dual nature of the suns, her experiments with techniques that draw on both energies, these are considered heresy by the Order's current leadership." His voice lowered. "As I believe you're already aware." Lady Leyland's grip on the journal tightened perceptibly. "How much do you know about her work?" "Enough," Caven said with a meaningful smile. "Your grandmother and I shared many conversations over the years. Her perspective on balance, on the artificial division between the orders, I found her insights compelling." "This contains her actual techniques," Lady Leyland said carefully, her finger marking a particular page. "Detailed instructions for channeling both sun energies simultaneously." "Indeed," Caven nodded. "Knowledge that the Order has suppressed for centuries. Knowledge that could reshape our understanding of cultivation entirely." He leaned forward slightly. "Knowledge that would see you executed as a heretic if discovered in your possession within the Cerulean Spire." Lady Leyland's head snapped up, her eyes narrowing. "Then why give it to me now, when I'm about to enter the very heart of the Order's power?" "Because you are her granddaughter," Caven replied smoothly. "Because the blue sun marked you from birth, yet you question the Order's dogma just as she did. Because if anyone can restore the balance that was lost, can heal the rift between the Orders, it is you as Saintess." He reached out, placing his hand gently atop the journal. "But you must be careful. Trust no one with this knowledge until you have secured your position. Keep it on your person at all times during your journey and at the academy." "You're taking an enormous risk," Lady Leyland observed, studying him carefully. "If the Order discovered you had kept this journal, had passed it to me." "Some truths are worth the risk," Caven said. "Your grandmother always said that, and I believe it too." Lady Leyland's fingers caressed the journal's cover, her expression thoughtful. "I've dreamed of finding this for years, ever since she showed me the first dual energy technique before she died. And now it's yours," Caven said, rising to his feet. "Use it wisely. Your grandmother's legacy, and perhaps the future of both orders, depends on it." Lady Leyland stood as well, clutching the journal close to her chest. "Thank you, Lord Ramiris. I don't know what to say." "No thanks necessary, my dear," he replied with a benevolent smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. "Just remember, when the time comes, who your true allies are, those who understand that power comes from balance, not dogma." "I'll remember," she promised, her gaze dropping once more to the journal in her hands, the precious repository of forbidden knowledge that she had long believed lost forever. With that, she bid good night before departing. Caven watched her go, allowing himself a small, satisfied smile once she had disappeared from view. Deep in the night, when the blue sun had reached its zenith and most of the estate's inhabitants slumbered, Lord Caven had one task that needed completing before he could retire for the night. He made his way through silent corridors to a specially prepared chamber in the east wing. The room was small and sparsely furnished, a desk, 2 chairs, and an array of crystal fragments arranged in a precise pattern across one wall. Nevern awaited him, along with a younger lightweaver whose hands moved in complex patterns over the crystal array, activating and adjusting the surveillance formations that monitored the East Wing guest chambers. "Report," Caven commanded. The younger lightweaver bowed. "Nothing unusual to report, my lord. The subject has been sleeping peacefully for the past 3 hours. No sign of cultivation energy, no communications, no suspicious movements." "Show me," Caven commanded. The lightweaver gestured, and one of the larger crystals in the array illuminated, projecting an image into the air between them. Tomas, lying still beneath the covers of a 4-poster bed, his breathing deep and regular in the rhythms of natural sleep. "Enjoying this book? Seek out the original to ensure the author gets credit." "He hasn't moved from that position since retiring," the lightweaver added. The formation would have detected any change in his energy signature, any attempt to use cultivation techniques, or any effort to conceal his true nature. Caven frowned slightly. "And there's been nothing at all?" "Nothing, my lord," the lightweaver confirmed. "By all measures, he appears to be exactly what he claims. A normal, untrained human from a common background." "Disappointing," Caven murmured. "I was so certain that he was sent by one of the others." Nevern stepped forward. "Shall we maintain the surveillance through the night?" Caven considered for a moment, then nodded. "As you wish, my lord." The younger lightweaver bowed again before turning his focus back onto the array. Caven turned to Nevern. "It seems I may have been overly suspicious. Perhaps the boy truly is nothing more than a fortunate survivor who had the presence of mind to warn Lady Leyland of danger." "Such individuals do exist," Nevern acknowledged, "though they are rare." "Indeed they are," Caven agreed, stroking his beard thoughtfully. "Well, regardless of his origins, he poses no immediate threat to our plans. He understands what must be done." "He does," Nevern confirmed, "though he questions the necessity of such permanent measures against one who might still be useful to the Order." "His concern is noted but irrelevant," Caven said firmly. "The future of our partnership with certain external interests depends on this outcome. Lady Leyland must not reach the Cerulean Spire. And if she does, alternative arrangements have already been arranged." Caven smiled, turning back to the now darkened crystal array. "We should rest. Tomorrow will be eventful, one way or another." As they left the surveillance chamber, Caven's thoughts drifted to the journal now in Lady Leyland's possession. He could almost feel the weight of it in his hands again, as he had that night 20 years ago when he and Elder Lyones had stood over Lady Varian's still warm body, the poison having done its work quickly and efficiently. "A shame," Lyones had murmured, not sounding particularly remorseful as he extracted the journal from the old woman's private chambers. "She was brilliant in her way." "Too brilliant," Caven had replied, watching as Lyones leafed through pages filled with forbidden techniques, genuine methods that challenged everything the Order claimed about the separation of the sun energies. "She would have upended the entire power structure if given time." They had kept the journal hidden all these years, passing it between them for safekeeping, studying its secrets while ensuring its revolutionary ideas never spread. And now, in a twist of elegant cruelty, they would use the grandmother's own work to destroy her granddaughter. If Lady Leyland survived the ambush on the road, unlikely but possible, the journal would condemn her as a heretic. The Order's hypocrisy was absolute. They would execute her for possessing the very knowledge they themselves had suppressed. And once Lady Leyland was dealt with, they would move on to their greater challenge. Cal. Lyones's last communication had confirmed that preparations were advancing for the young Lightweaver's elimination. The Rank 6 Lightweaver could not be allowed to succeed in his Rank 7 breakthrough attempt. Cal posed a far more complex problem than Lady Leyland. His power, his connections, and most troublingly, his inexplicable ability to survive situations that should have been fatal. I'm working on something special for him, Liones had written. Something that even his unusual talents won't overcome. Caven had no idea what Liones meant by this, but he trusted the elder's meticulous planning. 3 decades of partnership had taught him that the man's ruthlessness was matched only by his thoroughness. First the grandmother, then the granddaughter, and soon the prodigy. One by one, they would remove every threat to the order they had so carefully maintained, an order that secretly served their own ambitions rather than the Blue Sun's supposed purity. Caven reached his private chambers, dismissing the servants with a wave of his hand. Exhaustion weighed on him, but satisfaction too. Everything was proceeding according to plan. He removed his outer robe, draping it carefully over a chair. The chains struck without warning. Glittering blue-white links materialized from the shadows, wrapping around his wrists, ankles, and throat in an instant. They yanked him upward, suspending him in the air at the center of his own bedchamber, arms and legs splayed wide. "What?" he gasped, instinctively reaching for his connection to the Blue Sun's power. As a peak rank 6 Lightweaver, he commanded formidable energy, enough to shatter these restraints. But nothing came. The familiar rush of cerulean power, the energy he had cultivated for centuries, was simply absent, as if it had never existed at all. "Puzzling, isn't it?" came a soft voice from the darkest corner of the room. That terrible moment when you reach for power and find only emptiness. A figure stepped forward, moonlight from the window illuminating stark white hair above a youthful face. Eyes that glowed with pure, undiluted blue light regarded Caven with something between amusement and contempt. "Cal?" Caven whispered, disbelief warring with mounting terror. "How did you? This is impossible. You're at the academy." "You know what's truly impossible, Lord Rimaris?" Cal moved closer, his steps unnaturally silent against the marble floor. "Living through your own death, again, and again, and again." The young man circled beneath Caven's suspended form, looking up with a sad expression. "The first few iterations were quite traumatic. I would always die early in the loop, you see, often painfully, often at your and Liones's hands, directly or indirectly." "What madness is this?" Caven struggled against the chains, which only tightened in response. "Release me at once. I am a peak rank 6 Lightweaver, allied with Elder Liones himself." Cal smiled, the expression never reaching his luminous eyes. "Almost 1,000 loops now, Lord Rimaris. That's how many times you and Liones have experienced what you inflicted on me. The difference being, of course, that you don't remember. Fresh horror each time, while I remember everything." Cold understanding began to dawn in Caven's mind. You can't possibly be manipulating time. No cultivator below rank 9 could." "Who said I'm rank 6? Cal's smile widened. "Or even rank 7? The young man raised his hand, and a painting materialized in the air. Not a physical artwork, but a living, breathing scene rendered in brushstrokes that seemed to float and pulse with energy. It showed Elder Liones, his expression frozen in a rictus of terror, surrounded by chains identical to those holding Caven. "Your partner met a similar fate about an hour ago," Cal said. He was quite resistant to the idea that a mere prodigy could have mastered abilities beyond his comprehension. His final moments were educational for him, if not particularly dignified. "This is impossible," Caven whispered. "What are you going to do?" "What I've done almost 1,000 times before," Cal replied, his voice almost gentle. "Balance the scales, one small increment at a time." With a gesture, Cal summoned a brush and began to paint in the air. Each stroke left behind glowing lines that solidified into chains, constricting around Caven's body with increasing pressure. "You'll find that death by compression is particularly unpleasant," Cal continued in that same conversational tone. "The smaller vessels rupture first. Eyes, fingertips, tongue. Then the larger ones. The mind, unfortunately, tends to remain aware until nearly the end. Caven opened his mouth to scream, but no sound emerged. Another of Cal's techniques already at work. "Don't worry about being discovered," Cal said, still painting. "By morning, these chains will have dissolved into pure energy. Nothing but your remains as evidence." The chains tightened inexorably. Caven's eyes bulged, blood vessels rupturing beneath the skin. "Perhaps in the next loop, you'll make different choices," Cal whispered, stepping back to admire his handiwork. "Though I doubt it. Some patterns seem destined to repeat, no matter how many chances one receives to change them." The painting in the air completed itself with a final flourish of Cal's brush. The chains constricted one last time. Lord Caven Rim Eris, peak rank 6 Lightweaver, trusted noble and secret murderer, died in silence, suspended in the center of his own bedchamber. I was torn from sleep by urgent knocking. My eyes snapped open instantly, mind alert despite the early hour. The knocking came again, more insistent this time. "Enter," I called, already sitting up in the luxurious bed. A servant in Rim Eris livery pushed open the door, face ashen. "Master Tomas, your presence is required immediately." "There's been," he swallowed hard. "There's been an incident. Master Elias requests everyone gather in the north wing. Lord Caven's chambers." Something in his tone made my skin prickle. "What kind of incident?" The servant's eyes darted away. "It's not my place to say, sir. Please hurry and make your way there." I nodded, swinging my legs over the edge of the bed. "Give me a moment to dress." Quickly, I put on the clothes provided by the estate, finer garments than I'd ever worn in this body. The fabric felt almost unnaturally smooth against my skin. "Azure, did you sense anything during the night? Any disturbances?" "Apart from the energy fluctuations of the technique keeping an eye on us, nothing," Azure replied, his voice troubled. That was concerning. Azure's perceptive abilities were extraordinary, able to detect even carefully masked cultivation energy. For something to have happened without him noticing, whatever this incident is, I doubt it bodes well for our journey, I murmured, fastening the last button on my tunic. The corridors of the East Wing were now alive with activity despite the early hour. Servants hurried back and forth, whispering among themselves, their faces uniformly pale. Guards who had been stationed at intervals the previous evening now clustered in tight groups, hands resting on their weapons as they scanned the shadows with newfound wariness. I followed the flow of movement, allowing it to guide me toward what appeared to be the central wing of the estate. Ahead, I spotted Lady Leyland emerging from her own chambers, her hair hastily arranged, draped in a simple blue robe. Beric stood protectively at her side, his expression grim. "What's happening?" I asked as I approached them. Beric's hand instinctively moved to his sword at my sudden appearance, relaxing only marginally when he recognized me. "Lord Rim Eris has been found dead in his chambers," he said, his voice low and tense. "Murdered." I didn't have to fake the shock that widened my eyes. "Murdered? But how?" "I thought this estate was meant to be secure." "It should have been," Beric replied, his jaw clenching with barely suppressed fury. "The Lightweavers maintained constant surveillance. Nothing should have been able to penetrate the defenses without raising an alarm." Lady Leyland's face had gone ghostly white. Who would want to harm Lord Caven? He was a respected nobleman, a member of the Order. "We don't know yet," Beric said, placing a hand on her shoulder. "But I intend to find out. Come." They're gathering in the antechamber outside his quarters. We followed Beric through the corridors and up a grand staircase to the West Wing, where Lord Caven's private apartments were located. The concentration of guards increased as we approached, their faces set in expressions of rigid professionalism that couldn't quite mask their unease. The antechamber was already crowded when we arrived. Lady Mara stood near the far wall, her lips moving in silent prayer. The 6 Lightweavers were clustered together, speaking in hushed tones. Household staff and a few local nobles who had been guests at dinner stood in shocked silence. Nevern, Lord Caven's advisor, paced the center of the room. His unremarkable features, which I had noted at dinner, now seemed haggard with grief or fear, perhaps both. "What happened?" Beric asked as we entered. Nevern stopped his pacing, his eyes darting nervously around the room before settling on our group. "My lord retired for the evening after dinner. His body was discovered by his valet this morning when he went to wake him." His voice cracked slightly. How did he die?" Lady Leyland asked, brushing a strand of hair behind her ear for the third time in as many minutes, though it hadn't fallen out of place. The genuine version of this novel can be found on another site. Support the author by reading it there. Nevern's face contorted momentarily. He turned away, pressing the handkerchief to his mouth as if fighting nausea. When he turned back, his complexion had gone ashen. The manner of death is unusual." He took 2 unsteady steps toward a gilded sideboard and poured himself a glass of water with shaking hands, spilling half on the ground. He drained it in one desperate gulp. "Unlike anything I've ever witnessed." "How so?" Beric pressed. Nevern glanced toward a set of ornate double doors, presumably leading to Caven's bedchamber. His eyes lingered there, haunted, before he visibly steeled himself, squaring his shoulders with visible effort. "Perhaps it's better to show you," he said, his voice dropping to barely above a whisper. He moved to the doors, hand hesitating on the handle. "Though I warn you, it's disturbing." His fingers clenched and unclenched several times before finally turning the handle with a decisive motion. The double doors opened, and we were led into what had once been an opulent bedroom. Now it was a scene of grotesque death. Lord Caven, or what remained of him, hung suspended in the center of the room, several feet above the marble floor. His body had been crushed, compressed by some immense force until it barely resembled a human form. Blood had sprayed in a perfect circle around the corpse, staining the elegant furnishings and creating a macabre pattern on the ceiling. Most disturbing was the expression frozen on what was left of his face. Eyes bulging, mouth stretched wide in a silent scream that had never been heard. My face paled as I took in the scene. This body, Tomas's body, had seen violence before. The village attack had left corpses strewn across familiar streets. But this was different. This was methodical, deliberate, powerful. "By the blue sun," Lady Leyland whispered, her hand covering her mouth. "No signs of forced entry," Beric murmured, his gaze sweeping the room. "No struggle." "The doors were locked from within," Nevern confirmed. "The windows remained sealed, and the surveillance formations detected nothing unusual." "What kind of formations?" Beric asked. "One of the Lightweavers, the senior one named Elias, answered. "Detection formations. They monitor for unusual energy signatures, unauthorized movement, or attempts at concealment." His face was troubled. "They should have alerted us to any intruder, yet they registered nothing until the moment of death itself. Could it have been those assassins from the inn?" Lady Leyland asked, her voice trembling slightly. "The Lightweavers who were after me?" "Impossible," Elias replied immediately. "Lord Caven was a peak rank 6 Lightweaver. The power required." He shook his head. "This would require a minimum of rank 7. "Master Nevern," Beric said, "do you have any suspects? Anyone who would wish Lord Caven harm?" The advisor shook his head. Lord Caven had political rivals, of course, as any man of his station does, but none who would dare such a direct assault. His voice dropped to barely above a whisper. This was not merely an assassination. This was a message. I studied Nevern carefully as he spoke. He knew something. The tremor in his hand, the way his eyes refused to settle on the corpse. These weren't merely the reactions of a man grieving his master. This was the behavior of someone terrified that he might be next. "A message to whom?" Elias asked. "That," Nevern replied, "I cannot say." The evasion was obvious. He didn't say, "I don't know," but rather, "I cannot say." The distinction was telling. Lady Mara, who had been silent until now, suddenly stepped forward, her eyes fixed on me with alarming intensity. "Death follows him," she announced, her voice rising shrilly as she pointed a trembling finger in my direction. First his village, then the assassins at the inn, now Lord Caven. Everywhere this boy goes, death follows. Lady Mara, Leyland exclaimed, clearly shocked. Tomas is a victim, not a harbinger of death. But the older woman had begun to trace protective symbols in the air between us, her fingers leaving faint trails of blue light. There is something wrong with him, she insisted, her eyes never leaving my face. Something not right. I maintained an expression of wounded innocence, though internally I couldn't blame her. Lady Mara's suspicions, while misdirected in detail, were uncomfortably perceptive in essence. There was indeed something not right about me, just not in the way she imagined. Lady Mara speaks from fear, not reason, Barrick surprisingly interjected on my behalf. Tomas has been under constant supervision since joining our company. He could not have perpetrated this act. Besides, I added, allowing an appropriate amount of offense to color my tone, I'm a village boy with no training. How could I possibly kill a rank 6 in his chambers? Lady Mara's accusations had created a momentary distraction, but attention soon returned to the grisly scene before us and what was to be done next. We should depart immediately, Barrick announced after a moment of tense silence. Whatever transpired here may have been aimed at Lord Caven alone, or it may presage further violence. Either way, our priority remains Lady Leyland's safety. But the investigation, one of the other Lightweavers began. Will proceed without us? Barrick cut in firmly. Lord Caven had arranged for an escort to the academy today. Those arrangements still stand, I presume. He directed this last question to Nevern. The advisor seemed almost relieved at the prospect of our departure. Yes, of course. The escort stands ready. In fact, I think it would be best if you left as soon as possible. His eagerness to see us gone confirmed my growing suspicion. Whatever plot had been in motion, Nevern had been party to it. And now, with his master dead, he seemed desperate to distance himself from potential fallout. Then we'll leave within the hour, Barrick decided. I suggest everyone return to their chambers and prepare for departure. As the group began to disperse, I lingered slightly, taking a final look at the broken body on the floor. The sheer power required to inflict such damage was staggering. Whoever had done this hadn't merely wanted Caven dead. They had wanted him utterly destroyed. A terrible tragedy, Lady Leyland said softly, appearing at my side. Lord Caven was a friend to my family for generations. I nodded sympathetically, though privately I wondered just how genuine that friendship had been. Noble politics were rarely as straightforward as they appeared. Let's go, she added, placing a gentle hand on my arm. We should prepare for the journey. Once back in my guest chamber, I moved quickly, gathering the few possessions I'd acquired. There wasn't much. The clothes I'd been wearing when rescued from the village raiders, now cleaned and folded by the estate's servants. A small pouch of coins Lady Leyland had insisted I take for emergencies. A water flask and some dried provisions a compassionate servant had pressed into my hands the previous evening. What do you make of all this? I asked Azure as I packed these meager belongings into a simple traveling bag provided by my hosts. It complicates matters, he replied. Lord Caven's murder suggests power struggles beyond what we initially perceived. I found it strange that Nevern seemed eager for us to leave, I recalled. You would think someone in our group would be the prime suspect. Master Nevern clearly believes your presence will only bring more trouble to the estate, Azure replied thoughtfully. He seemed almost desperate to have you all gone, as if your group might attract whatever killed his lord. Not the group, I corrected, sitting on the edge of the bed. Just me if Lady Mara has any say. But I guess her accusation wasn't entirely baseless, from a certain perspective. Trouble does seem to follow us. A consequence of your unique position, Azure said. You exist outside the natural order of this reality. Such dimensional anomalies naturally attract attention. Not helpful attention, apparently, I muttered. After a brief period of reflection, I made use of the washing facilities provided in my chamber. The previous day's journey and the shock of the morning's discovery had left me feeling grimy and unsettled. The water was cool but refreshing, helping to clear my head as I considered our next steps. Clean and dressed in fresh clothing, I examined my appearance in a polished metal mirror mounted on the wall. Tomas's face looked back at me, young, somewhat plain, with honest features that naturally inspired trust. It was a good face for deception. With my preparations complete, I left my chamber, intent on finding my way to the entrance hall where the others would be gathering. The estate was vast, and in the light of day, its corridors and chambers formed a labyrinth of luxury that quickly proved disorienting. "I believe we turn left here," Azure suggested as I hesitated at an intersection. Not surprised that he had mapped out the layout, I followed his directions, turning left into a long corridor lined with portraits, generations of Rim-Eris nobles staring down with painted eyes that seemed to follow my movements. And suddenly, urgent whispers reached my ears. Two voices, just around the corner ahead. I stopped immediately, pressing myself against the wall and extending my senses. The voices were too quiet for normal hearing, but by channeling a whisper of chi to my ears, I could make out fragments. "Completely changes everything," a male voice was saying. "Neverns, I was certain. The Lord's death complicates matters significantly." "I never wanted to be part of this," replied another voice, younger and less confident. "Targeting a Saintus candidate goes against everything we're taught." "Well, we have no choice but to adapt," Nevern continued. "We deliver her to the academy as promised. The Lord had made arrangements for her there." Their footsteps began moving away, and I quickly retreated into the shadow of a decorative alcove, containing a bust of some long-dead Rim-Eris ancestor. "Did you catch that, Master?" Azure's voice echoed in my mind. "I did," I replied silently. Lord Caven had been a traitor, not the ally he'd presented himself as to Lady Leyland, but someone plotting against her. And at least one of the light weavers supposedly protecting us was complicit. But the real question was his killer an ally or simply a different threat? "At least his conspirators have had a change of heart," I murmured inwardly. "Lord Caven's death has frightened them enough to abandon their plans." "For now," Azure cautioned. "Fear can be a powerful motivator, but it rarely lasts. Once they feel safe again." This text was taken from Royal Road. Help the author by reading the original version there. True, but it buys us time. I emerged from my hiding place, continuing down the corridor. And time is always a valuable resource. "What will you do with this information?" Azure asked. "Warn the lady? Tell Captain Barrack?" A reasonable question. The righteous move would be to expose the conspiracy, eliminate the threat it posed to our journey. But that would potentially create more complications than it solved. Accusations without proof would sow discord within the group, making us more vulnerable. And revealing that I'd overheard such a conversation would raise questions about my own abilities. More importantly, I doubt anyone would believe me anyway. Nothing for now, I decided. Since they've abandoned their plan, there's no immediate threat. And what of this arrangement? We can try figure out what he put in place. I rounded another corner and finally spotted a familiar landmark, the grand staircase leading down to the entrance hall. And even if we're not able to figure it out before we reach the academy, I'm sure the lady has more experience dealing with deadly political plays than us. My thoughts turned to last night's dinner party and how the Lord had wanted to speak to her in private. This arrangement of his likely was related to that. I made my way down the stairs to find the entrance hall already bustling with activity. Servants carried luggage, guards checked weapons, and the light weavers conferred in a tight circle near the main doors. I scanned the group carefully, trying to identify which one might have been Nevern's co-conspirator. But their identical robes and controlled expressions made it impossible to be certain. Lady Leyland stood near the center of the hall, speaking quietly with Barrack. She had changed into more practical traveling attire, still fine by commoner standards, but designed for movement rather than display. A leather satchel hung at her side, clutched protectively in one hand. Something new, I noted. Something she considered valuable. And maybe even something that the Lord had given her? She spotted me descending the stairs and offered a small smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. The night's events had shaken her, as they would anyone, but she maintained the composed facade expected of nobility. "Tomas," she greeted me as I approached. "I was beginning to worry you'd gotten lost." "Nearly did," I admitted with a self-deprecating smile. "This place is enormous." "Indeed." She glanced around, a shadow passing over her face. "Though I find I'm eager to leave it now." "Understandable, given the circumstances." I kept my voice appropriately somber. "Have the arrangements changed?" Beric answered, his hand never straying far from his sword hilt. "We'll travel in a tighter formation. The carriage has been reinforced with additional protective formations. 2 Lightweavers will ride with Lady Leyland at all times, the others positioned at the front and rear of our group." "And where will I be in this formation?" I asked, already anticipating the answer. Beric's expression hardened slightly. "You'll ride with the rear guards. Lady Mara feels, and I agree, that it would be more appropriate given your station." Of course they did. I was the suspicious outsider, the unknown variable in their careful equation. Better to keep me at a distance from Lady Leyland, where I could be watched more easily. "I understand," I said, bowing my head slightly in acceptance. "I'm grateful to be included at all." Lady Leyland frowned. "Beric, that's unnecessary. Tomas has proven his loyalty repeatedly." "My lady, with respect, now is not the time to debate protocol." Beric's tone brooked no argument. "After what happened to Lord Caven, we cannot afford to take chances with your safety." She looked as though she might protest further, but a servant approached, announcing that the carriages were ready. The moment passed, and the group began moving toward the main doors. Outside, 2 carriages waited in the circular drive, the larger, more ornate one clearly intended for Lady Leyland and her immediate protectors, the second more modest and utilitarian. I moved toward the second carriage as directed, watching as Lady Leyland was escorted to the first. She glanced back at me once, a complex expression on her face that I couldn't quite decipher, before disappearing inside. The rear guard consisted of 3 of Lord Caven's personal guards and 1 Lightweaver, a young man with close-cropped hair and a perpetual frown. As I approached, they made room for me on the bench seat, though none seemed particularly pleased by my presence. "The village boy," one of the guards muttered, just loud enough for me to hear. "Lucky to be alive, that one." I pretended not to notice, taking my seat and securing my modest pack beneath the bench. As the carriages began to move, a palpable tension hung in the air, not just among our small group, but throughout the entire procession. Everyone was on edge, eyes scanning the surroundings for threats, hands never far from weapons. The feeling intensified as we passed through the estate's main gates, leaving the relative safety of its walls behind. The road ahead wound through cultivated fields before disappearing into the forest that marked the beginning of the Academy's territory. "How long to the Academy?" I asked the Lightweaver, breaking the uncomfortable silence. 6 hours if we maintain pace," he replied curtly. "Longer if we encounter difficulties." The implication was clear. No one expected this journey to be uneventful. "I see," I replied neutrally, carefully controlling the expression on my face. The moment he had spoken, I had felt my stomach tighten. That voice, slightly higher pitched than most men, with a distinctive clip to certain syllables, was unmistakable. This was the same Lightweaver who had been speaking with Nevern in the corridor, the reluctant co-conspirator who had expressed misgivings about targeting a Saintis candidate. I stared ahead at the road, internally cursing my extraordinarily bad luck. Of all the Lightweavers who could have been assigned to the rear carriage, I had to be seated beside the very one implicated in the conspiracy against Lady Leyland. Just perfect, I thought bitterly. The universe has a twisted sense of humor. "Master," Azure commented silently in my mind. This could be an opportunity rather than a setback. He seemed reluctant about the plan. Perhaps he could be persuaded to share more information. I gave the mental equivalent of a sigh. Reluctant conspirators were often the most dangerous, unpredictable in their guilt and fear. The journey to the Blue Sun Academy continued without incident, which surprised me more than any ambush might have. After Lord Caven's gruesome murder and the conspiracy I'd overheard, I had expected something. An attack from bandits, perhaps. Another assassination attempt. Maybe even an attack from a stray skybound. But nothing came. The hours passed with excruciating normalcy as our caravan wound through forests and valleys, gradually ascending into the highlands where the Blue Sun Academy was said to stand. The light weaver assigned to our carriage, the very one I'd overheard conspiring with Nevern, had spent most of the journey in quiet prayer, his fingers tracing blue glowing symbols in the air before his bowed head. Third time he's gone through the same sequence, Azure observed in my mind around midday. Either he's exceptionally devout, or he's trying to cleanse himself of something. Guilt, most likely, I responded silently. The Lord's death seems to have shaken his resolve. Killing nobility carries consequences even assassins fear. I watched the man from beneath lowered lashes, noting the tremor in his hands as he traced each luminous glyph. The symbols lingered in the air for heartbeats before dissolving into motes of cerulean light that drifted upward, as if drawn to the blue sun itself. A beautiful sight despite the circumstances. The journey gave me ample time to contemplate my precarious position. Here I was, a skybound practitioner, an enemy of the very order I was approaching, hidden in the body of a miller's son, accompanying a Saintus candidate to the heart of Lightweaver territory. And not just any skybound, but one who also had access to the Blue Sun's energy. A heretic by all accounts. If they discovered me, death would be the merciful outcome. "You're brooding again," Azure commented after a particularly long silence. "Just considering our odds," I replied. "We're walking into the stronghold of people who would happily eradicate me if they knew what I am." While posing as a simple village boy who can't distinguish a cultivation technique from a cooking recipe, Azure added with dry humor. "The perfect disguise, provided you don't accidentally levitate or summon plant life during dinner." Despite everything, I had to suppress a smile. I turned my attention to the passing landscape, watching as the cultivated fields gave way to old-growth forest. Massive trees with trunks wider than village huts created a natural canopy overhead. In the distance, I caught occasional glimpses of blue-tinged mountains, their peaks disappearing into the clouds. "The ancient forests of the Cerulean Range," one of the guards commented, noticing my interest. "They say these woods have stood since before the suns split." "The suns split?" I asked, seizing the opportunity to gather more information about this world's history. The guard looked at me, surprise evident in his expression. "You don't know the creation tale? Even village children are taught that much." I manufactured an appropriately embarrassed expression. My village was remote. We had few scholars. The guard grunted, seemingly satisfied with this explanation. "The ancient texts tell us there was once a single sun in the sky, golden and balanced. But a great calamity split it in two, creating the red and blue celestial bodies we see today." He gestured broadly upward. The blue sun retained the purity and harmony of the original, while the red absorbed all its volatile, destructive aspects. "An interesting perspective," I remarked carefully, thinking how both sides seemed to have inherited the madness. The Lightweaver's head snapped toward me, his eyes suddenly focused. "It is not perspective but truth," he said, his first words in hours. "The corruption of the red sun is evident in its effects. Madness, mutation, and bloodlust. The skybound are living proof of the red sun's malevolence." I raised my hands in a placating gesture. "I meant no offense. I'm simply trying to understand." The Lightweaver held my gaze for a long moment before turning back to the window. "Understanding requires more than questions. It requires faith. Faith, such a convenient shield against inquiry. Or perhaps," Azure's voice echoed in my mind, "he simply lacks the answers himself and finds comfort in certainty." Fair point. Living between two hostile cosmic forces would naturally drive people toward absolutism. The alternative, acknowledging complexity, living in the gray area, was far more challenging. Stolen from its rightful place, this narrative is not meant to be on Amazon. Report any sightings. The carriage hit a particularly deep rut, jolting us all from our thoughts. Outside, the forest had begun to thin, revealing glimpses of a vast valley beyond. And there, in the distance, a structure began to take shape against the horizon. My breath caught in my throat. The Blue Sun Academy emerged from the morning mist like something from a dream. Unlike the Red Sun Academy I was familiar with, a brutal fortress of sharp angles and imposing stonework, this place seemed to flow with the landscape, rising organically from the mountainside in graceful spires and terraced gardens. The architecture was a harmonious blend of natural rock formations and carefully constructed towers that spiraled skyward, their surfaces embedded with thousands of blue crystals that captured and amplified the cerulean sunlight. Cascading waterfalls flowed from various levels, their spray creating countless tiny rainbows in the blue-tinged light. Delicate bridges spanned between towers, appearing almost impossibly thin from this distance. Gardens clung to the mountainside, creating a tapestry of green and blue that softened the stone structures. But most impressive was the central spire, the gateway to the cerulean spire, I presumed, a massive tower that rose far above the rest, its peak seeming to touch the very sky. At its summit, a pulsing blue light flared with such intensity that I had to avert my gaze. Magnificent, isn't it? The guard to my left commented, noticing my awestruck expression. They say the cerulean spire is the exact point where the blue sun's light touches the earth most directly, a conduit between mortal realm and divine power. I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. The entrance is still about an hour away, the guard continued. The approach is designed to inspire awe and humility. The academy disappeared and reappeared as our path wound through the foothills, each new vista presenting it from a different angle, each view more impressive than the last. By the time we reached the base of the mountain proper, my neck was sore from constant craning to take in the spectacle above us. The final approach was a wide, paved road that zigzagged up the mountainside, bordered by ancient trees. Through gaps in the foliage, I could glimpse sections of the academy, now much closer, individual windows, fluttering banners in various shades of blue, and occasionally, distant figures moving along the high walkways. We'll stop at the lower gates to change horses, Barrick announced, riding back from the lead carriage. The climb is steep, and the animals need to be fresh for it. The caravan came to a halt in a broad clearing at the foot of the mountain. A small outpost stood there, clearly academy property, judging by the architecture and the blue-robed attendants who emerged to assist us. As the attendants worked, Lady Leyland approached my carriage. She looked both excited and apprehensive, her usual composure slightly frayed around the edges. Barrick hovered protectively nearby, watching her interaction with me through narrowed eyes. "Tomas," she greeted me with a small smile. "How was your journey?" I climbed down from the carriage and bowed respectfully. "Uneventful, thankfully. The view has been eye-opening." I gestured toward the academy looming above us. "I never imagined anything like this existed. Few ever see it," she replied, her voice softening. "The academy maintains a certain exclusivity." "I can imagine." I paused, then added, "How are you feeling? This is a significant moment for you." Her eyes flicked briefly toward the massive structure above us. "Nervous, excited, uncertain." She took a deep breath. "So many expectations rest on this visit. My family's hopes, my own ambitions, the Order's requirements. You'll exceed them all," I said. The brief time I'd spent with Lady Leyland had shown me that she possessed not only power but integrity, a rare combination in any world. "They'd be fools not to see your worth." A brief flash of gratitude crossed her face before her expression sobered. She glanced over her shoulder to ensure we remained unobserved. Her hand moved to the leather satchel at her side, fingers tracing its outline through the fabric of her traveling cloak. My curiosity piqued. "What's that you're hiding? You've guarded it carefully throughout our journey." Lady Leyland's lips pressed into a thin line, indecision flashing across her features. After a moment's hesitation, she spoke. Lord Caven gave me something the night before his death. My grandmother's journal. I nodded, feigning only partial recognition. The journal you mentioned before? The one containing her research? Yes. Her eyes grew distant. Her work on the dual nature of the suns. Techniques that draw on both energies simultaneously. She shook her head slightly. Knowledge that would see me executed as a heretic if discovered in my possession within the academy walls. You don't trust him, I observed. No, she admitted, though I had no concrete reason not to. He was my father's ally for decades. She sighed. But there was something off about Lord Caven. Something that made me wary despite his outward kindness. You think he might have been involved in the attempts on your life? I kept my voice equally low. I don't know, she admitted, frustration evident in her tone. But it wouldn't surprise me. The noble houses competing for influence within the order often resort to underhanded methods. And now you're bringing potentially controversial material into their stronghold. I murmured. She nodded, her expression troubled. If anyone discovered it. She didn't need to finish the thought. Well, if it's as dangerous as you say, you can't bring it into the academy. I know. Her fingers tightened around the leather. But I can't bring myself to destroy it either. This is my grandmother's legacy. Perhaps the only record of her true work. She fell silent, her inner conflict evident in the tightness around her eyes. Give it to me, I suggested. Her head snapped up, eyes widening. What? No one will search a servant's belongings, I explained. If they do inspect luggage, they'll focus on yours, not mine. I can keep it safe until you decide what to do with it or destroy it if necessary. Lady Leyland stared at me, clearly taken aback by the offer. Tomas, if you're caught with this, I won't be, I assured her with more confidence than perhaps I should have felt. And if the choice is between risking my position as a servant or risking your candidacy for Saintis, well, there's really no choice at all, is there? Her expression softened, gratitude and something deeper shining in her eyes. Why would you do this for me? We barely know each other. In truth, the answer was selfish. If the journal contained what she claimed, it could revolutionize my understanding of cultivation. And if Azure could memorize its contents, we wouldn't need to keep the physical evidence anyway. But I gave her the answer Tomas would have given, honest, direct, heartfelt. You saved me when my village was destroyed. You've given me purpose when I had nothing left. This is the least I can do in return. Lady Leyland studied my face, clearly weighing her options. Finally, Lady Leyland nodded. Very well. She removed the journal from her satchel and slipped it to me in a movement that would appear to observers as merely adjusting her traveling cloak. I tucked the slim volume inside my tunic, feeling its weight against my chest. I'll guard it with my life, I promised and meant it, though perhaps not for the reasons she assumed. Thank you, she said with genuine relief. Lady Leyland, Barrick called, his tone making it clear he'd been watching our interaction with disapproval. The horses are ready. We should continue our ascent before midday heat makes the climb more arduous. She straightened, nobleman's daughter once more. Of course, Captain. To me, she added more softly, we'll speak again when there's opportunity. I bowed and returned to my carriage, acutely aware of the journal hidden against my chest. This is a significant gamble, Azure commented. If they search you, they won't, I replied with forced confidence. I'm beneath their notice. A common boy brought along out of Lady Leyland's charity. Why would they bother? The same reason they might wonder why a noble lady speaks privately with such a boy, Azure pointed out dryly. Irregularities attract attention, Master, and you are nothing if not irregular. I couldn't argue with his assessment. My very presence here was an anomaly, and anomalies inevitably drew scrutiny. Still, the potential knowledge contained in this journal was worth the risk. If I were to get caught, I would need to end this life immediately and return to the cultivation world. But if I was not able to do that in time, I want you to memorize every page, I instructed Azure. Then we'll destroy it. I'll need you to actually open it and turn the pages, Azure reminded me. The protective formations woven into the journal's binding prevent me from perceiving its contents while it remains closed. He was right, of course. Lady Varian's grandmother had clearly taken precautions against magical or spiritual scanning of her work. The journal wasn't merely paper and ink, but a carefully crafted artifact designed to protect its revolutionary contents. I would need to physically open it, turn each page to allow Azure to commit the information to memory before the journal could be safely destroyed. It's the first thing we'll do when we're alone. Assuming we get a moment alone, he replied. I suspect we're about to enter a place where privacy is a luxury we may not be afforded. The road steepened as we climbed higher, each switchback bringing us closer to the Academy's massive gates. The trees thinned, revealing breathtaking vistas of the valleys below and providing unobstructed views of the Academy's lower levels. I could now see intricate gardens, training grounds, and what appeared to be meditation platforms jutting out from the mountainside. Blue-robed figures moved about these areas, some walking in measured procession, others seated in meditation, still others engaged in what looked like combat practice, though without the bloodthirsty intensity I'd witnessed at the Red Sun Academy. There was an orderliness to their movements, a discipline that spoke of control rather than suppression, but I knew better to be convinced by their act. As we rounded another bend, the main gates of the Academy finally came into view. Unlike the imposing, fortress-like entrance of the Red Sun Academy, these gates were elegant, towering panels of what appeared to be crystal or some translucent stone, etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and flow as we approached. The gates stood open, flanked by 8 lightweavers in ceremonial attire, robes of the palest blue, almost white, with silver embroidery. They stood perfectly still, like statues, their faces serene and impassive. This book's true home is on another platform. Check it out there for the real experience. Our caravan slowed as we approached, eventually coming to a halt before the gates. The lead carriage door opened, and Lady Leyland emerged, assisted by Beric. The other lightweavers who had accompanied us from Lord Caven's estate formed a protective semicircle around her. I stepped down from my carriage and hung back with the other servants and guards, knowing my place in this formal reception. From this position, I had a clear view of what transpired without being obtrusive. A figure emerged from between the gates, an elderly man in elaborate blue robes embroidered with silver constellations. His hair and beard were pure white, tied back with silver cords, and his eyes were the most startling feature. They glowed with inner blue light, as if the very essence of the blue sun had taken residence within him. A rank 7 lightweaver, Azure whispered. Lady Leyland Varian, the elder called out. Daughter of House Varian, blessed by the blue sun's grace, the Order of the First Light welcomes you. Lady Leyland curtsied deeply. Elder Soren, your welcome honors me. I come seeking enlightenment and to serve the blue sun's will. This Elder Soren was one of the highest-ranking members of the Order. His presence for a mere welcoming ceremony indicated the importance they placed on Lady Leyland's candidacy. We have awaited your arrival with great anticipation, the elder continued. The signs foretold by the oracles speak of significant change approaching, and House Varian has always stood at pivotal moments in our Order's history. I hope to honor that legacy, Lady Leyland replied with appropriate humility. Elder Soren nodded, then gestured toward the gates. Come. The other candidates have already arrived and begun their preparations. The selection ceremony will commence in 3 days' time, when the blue sun reaches its zenith alignment. He turned to lead the way, but Beric stepped forward. Elder, if I may, Lady Leyland's journey has been eventful. There have been 2 attempts on her life, and Lord Caven Rimaris was murdered in his own chambers just yesterday. The elder's glowing eyes narrowed. Explain. Beric recounted the events of the past days. The ambush near Porvale, the Lightweaver assassins at Crossroads Inn, and finally, the mysterious death of Lord Caven. Throughout his account, Elder Soren's expression remained inscrutable, though I noted a slight tightening of his lips at the mention of the Skybound's intervention at the inn, as well as the gruesome death of a rank 6 Lightweaver. "Troubling news," the elder said when Beric had finished. "Though perhaps not unexpected. The selection of a new saintess always attracts ambition. We request additional security measures during Lady Leyland's stay," Beric pressed. "Of course," Elder Soren agreed. "Within these walls, she will be under the direct protection of the Order. No harm will come to her here." His gaze swept over our group, lingering briefly on each face as if committing them to memory. "And what of her companions?" "My personal guard," Lady Leyland said, indicating Beric and the other soldiers. "Lady Mara, my chaperone." She gestured to the older woman who had remained largely silent throughout our journey. "And several servants and attendants." The elder's eyes continued their assessment, eventually landing on me. Something in his expression changed. A subtle narrowing of the glowing eyes, a slight furrow appearing between his brows. "And this young man?" he asked, his tone notably cooler. Lady Leyland turned, seeming surprised that I had attracted the elder's attention. "That is Tomas, a survivor from Porvale. He warned me of the first assassination attempt and has been under my protection since." Elder Soren studied me with uncomfortable intensity. I kept my expression neutral, my posture appropriately deferential, careful not to meet his gaze directly as a commoner would avoid the direct gaze of nobility. But inside, I was desperately telling the Genesis seed to hide the presence of the red sun as much as possible. "Step forward, boy," the elder commanded. I obeyed, approaching with measured steps before bowing deeply. "Honored elder," I murmured, keeping my eyes lowered. "Look at me," he ordered. Slowly, I raised my eyes to meet his. His glowing blue gaze seemed to pierce through me, probing, searching. "Curious," he said after an uncomfortably long silence. "Very curious indeed. Is something wrong, elder?" Lady Leyland asked, a note of concern in her voice. Elder Soren didn't answer immediately. Instead, he raised a hand, palm facing me. Blue light gathered there, condensing into a complex pattern of intersecting lines and symbols, a formation of some kind. "A simple clarity technique," he explained, though I didn't recognize what it was. I knew it was anything but simple. "Standard procedure for all who enter the academy." The formation pulsed once, twice, and I felt it wash over me like a wave. For a heart-stopping moment, I thought the formation would pick up remnant traces of the red sun energy on this body. Then, mercifully, the blue light dissipated, and Elder Soren lowered his hand. His expression, however, had hardened. "I'm afraid," he said coldly, "that an unholy one like yourself cannot enter the academy." A shocked silence fell over the gathering. Lady Leyland's face paled, while Beric's hand instinctively moved to his sword. Lady Mara made a warding gesture, her earlier suspicions apparently confirmed. My blood turned to ice in my veins. Unholy. There was only one thing that term could mean in this context. They had detected my connection to the Red Sun. My identity as a skybound practitioner had been discovered. My fingers twitched, already preparing to end this life before they could capture and torture me. "Unholy." Lady Leyland's voice broke the stunned silence. "Elder Soren, what exactly do you mean? Tomas saved my life. There is nothing unholy about him." The elder's face twisted with something between pity and disgust. "I am not questioning his actions, Lady Varian. I am stating a simple fact. This boy has no connection to the Blue Sun whatsoever. He is." He paused, searching for a more diplomatic word. "Mundane. Untouched by its grace." Relief flooded through me so powerfully I nearly staggered. Not exposed as a skybound, merely identified as lacking a connection to the Blue Sun. I carefully regulated my breathing, forcing my racing heart to slow. "Is that truly so unusual?" Lady Leyland pressed. "He's a village boy from Porvale, not a noble." "It is not about social standing," Elder Soren replied. "It is about purity of essence. The Academy permits entry only to those blessed by the first light, regardless of their station. This has been our way since the founding. I kept my eyes downcast, the picture of humble confusion, while my mind worked furiously. The disgust in the elder's voice when he called me unholy was quite surprising. In this world, as I had gradually come to understand, most people existed in a neutral state, neither touched by the red sun's volatile energy nor blessed by the blue sun's purifying light. They lived ordinary lives, farming, trading, raising families, neither cultivating nor manifesting special abilities. Only a small percentage were born with or developed a natural resonance with either sun. Those with blue sun affinity often became light weavers if they had sufficient talent, while those with red sun resonance typically joined the skybound, willingly or otherwise. The vast majority of the population remained untouched by either, which was precisely what the Genesis seed was trying to mimic, a mundane human presence, unremarkable to cultivation senses. And now that very camouflage had become a liability. I mean no disrespect, my lady, the elder continued, but Academy law is absolute on this matter. No one without blue sun resonance may pass beyond these gates. It is for the protection of both the order and the individual. The concentrated energies within can be harmful to those not naturally attuned. Lady Leyland's brow furrowed. I understand the rule, elder, but surely exceptions. There are no exceptions, he interrupted firmly. Not even for the companions of Saintess candidates. Barrick placed a restraining hand on Lady Leyland's arm. My lady, it is tradition. We must respect it. I considered my options, running calculations on risk versus reward. I could release a hint of the blue sun energy stored within my inner world, manifesting just enough resonance to satisfy their requirements. But no. That would be disastrous. If a rank 7 Lightweaver had just scanned me and found no trace of blue sun resonance, suddenly manifesting such energy would raise immediate suspicion. It would suggest I possessed the ability to conceal my nature from one of their most powerful elders, a far more dangerous revelation than simply being turned away. Better to accept exclusion than risk exposure. There must be some other way. Elder Soren, Lady Leyland's voice cut through the tension. With all due respect to your technique, shouldn't we administer the official test for blue sun resonance? The cerulean orb would provide definitive results. The elder's eyes widened slightly. My diagnostic technique has served the order faithfully for centuries, Lady Varian. Of course, she said smoothly, and I would never question its efficacy. But you yourself have often taught that the cerulean orb reveals subtleties that even the most refined techniques might miss. Some affinities manifest uniquely, especially in untrained individuals. Elder Soren's brow furrowed, clearly surprised by her knowledge of his teachings. He stroked his beard thoughtfully. While my technique isn't as comprehensive as the official test, it is still highly accurate for detecting even the faintest resonance. Yes, but not completely accurate, Lady Leyland pressed gently. My grandmother often mentioned cases of latent resonance that remained undetectable until formally tested. The elder's eyes lingered on Lady Leyland for a long moment before he turned his penetrating gaze back to me. Very well. What say you, boy? Do you wish to undergo the formal testing? Inwardly, I thanked Lady Leyland's quick thinking. Coming from her, the request appeared as nothing more than compassionate concern for a loyal servant. It gave me a perfect opportunity to discover my supposed resonance with the blue sun during an official test, without arousing the suspicion that would have come from contradicting the elder's initial assessment. I would be honored by the opportunity, honored elder. I bowed. Though I don't wish to cause inconvenience. Elder Soren sighed, then gestured to one of the blue-robed figures flanking the gates. Bring forth the testing apparatus. We shall settle this matter properly. A case of theft. This story is not rightfully on Amazon. If you spot it, report the violation. The light weaver bowed and disappeared through the crystal gates. A murmur rippled through the assembled group. Servants exchanging glances, guards shifting uneasily, the light weavers watching with renewed interest. While we waited, I kept my head bowed, but my mind raced with preparations. I would need to time this perfectly, initially showing no reaction, then gradually releasing just enough blue sun energy from my inner world to demonstrate sufficient resonance for entry, but not so much as to make myself a center of attention. This is exceedingly risky, Azure's voice echoed in my mind. If you miscalculate. I know, I responded silently. But what choice do we have? I am one step away from entering the academy. Everything this iteration has been building up to comes down to this. I can't give up now. Just be cautious with how much energy you release, Azure warned. Remember, most initiates would show moderate resonance at best. Too strong a reaction will create more problems than it solves. The Lightweaver returned carrying a wooden box inlaid with blue crystal. He placed it carefully on a small stone pedestal that another Lightweaver had prepared, then opened the lid. Inside, nestled on a cushion of midnight blue velvet, sat a perfect sphere of what appeared to be crystal or glass. It was approximately the size of a small melon, transparent yet somehow containing swirls of the palest blue, like captured mist. The cerulean orb, Elder Soren announced, his voice taking on a reverent quality. Crafted from the tears of the first saintess and infused with pure blue sun essence. It responds to even the faintest resonance with the first light. He gestured for me to approach. Place your hand upon the orb, boy. If there is any connection between you and the blue sun, however small, the orb will reveal it. I stepped forward, conscious of every eye upon me. Lady Leyland gave me an encouraging nod, while Beric watched with narrowed eyes. The test is simple, Elder Soren continued. Place your palm flat against the orb's surface. Allow your mind to clear. Make no attempt to influence the outcome. The orb responds only to natural resonance, not forced manipulation. This last bit was delivered with a warning glance, as if he suspected I might try to cheat somehow. If he only knew. I positioned myself before the pedestal, took a deep breath to center myself, and slowly extended my hand toward the orb. Its surface looked cool and smooth, but as my fingers approached, I felt a strange tingling sensation, like the air before a lightning strike. Proceed, the elder commanded. I placed my palm flat against the orb. Nothing happened. The orb remained clear, its misty swirls continuing their lazy dance within the crystalline sphere. Elder Soren's expression shifted to something between satisfaction and pity. As I suspected, he began. The boy has no. In that moment, I carefully, deliberately shifted the balance in my inner world. The Genesis seed at the center had been shielding my blue sun resonance, keeping it hidden from detection. Now, I allowed a portion of that energy to emerge from behind that shield, not a flood but a controlled trickle. The orb beneath my palm suddenly pulsed with light. A gasp went up from the assembled crowd as the once transparent sphere began to glow with a steadily intensifying blue radiance. The misty swirls within accelerated, forming intricate patterns that spiraled outward from where my hand touched the surface. I maintained my expression of shock and confusion, as if this reaction was as surprising to me as it was to everyone else. But inwardly, I monitored the energy flow carefully, intending to release just enough to permit entry without drawing excessive attention. Then something unexpected happened. The orb seemed to recognize the blue sun energy within me and began to draw on it, not just accepting what I offered, but actively pulling more from my inner world. It was like opening a small hole in a dam only to have the pressure widen the breach. I gasped, genuinely startled. The orb's glow intensified rapidly, the blue light becoming so bright that it illuminated my face from below. The crystal began to sing, a high, clear tone that rose in pitch as the illumination increased. Threads of blue light extended from the orb, wrapping around my fingers and wrist like luminous vines. I tried to withdraw my hand and cut off the flow, but the orb held me fast, continuing to pull blue sun essence. It was like being caught in a whirlpool, my careful control rendered useless against the orb's hunger. Elder Soren's face drained of color. Impossible, he whispered, the word barely audible over the orb's crystalline song. Finally, after what felt like an eternity but was likely only seconds, the orb seemed satisfied. The light began to recede, the singing faded, and the threads released their grip on my arm, allowing me to step back from the pedestal. A profound silence fell over the gathering. Elder Soren stared at me as if seeing me for the first time. In hundreds of years of administering this test, I have never... He trailed off, then gathered himself. How could such strong resonance escape my detection technique? I lowered my eyes, playing the part of the confused village boy. I don't understand what just happened, honored elder. What happened, he said slowly, is that you demonstrated blue sun resonance of exceptional strength, the kind typically seen only in those born with the cerulean vein, like Lady Leyland. Beric stepped forward, his hand resting meaningfully on his sword hilt, or the kind seen in someone deliberately concealing their nature. His eyes bored into mine. Was it all an act? Did you deliberately insinuate yourself into Lady Leyland's company, knowing she was bound for the Saintess selection? The implication was clear. He suspected me of being a rival candidate who had engineered our meeting to gain some advantage. In a way, his suspicion was a relief. Far better for him to think me an ambitious schemer than a skybound. I shook my head vigorously. No, Captain Beric. I swear on my parents' graves. I had no idea. In my village, no one ever tested for sun resonance. We were just people, farmers, millers, merchants. Then how do you explain? Beric began. Actually, Lady Leyland interrupted. This explains quite a lot. She moved to stand beside me, her presence a shield against Beric's suspicion. His survival when the rest of his village perished. His intuitive warning that saved me from the first assassination attempt. The strange circumstances of our meeting. She turned to Elder Soren. These are the hallmarks of untrained resonance. Are they not? Instinctive manifestations in moments of danger. The elder nodded slowly. It is not uncommon for those with natural affinity to unconsciously draw upon the blue sun's protection, especially in life-threatening situations. His suspicious gaze had not entirely dissipated, but curiosity was beginning to replace it. Though resonance this strong typically manifests more obviously. Perhaps the trauma of witnessing his village's destruction affected his connection, Lady Leyland suggested. Grandmother spoke of cases where shock temporarily suppressed resonance. I seized upon this explanation eagerly. The raiders, when they came, I saw terrible things. Sometimes I still see them when I close my eyes. Elder Soren studied me for another long moment before sighing deeply. It appears we have found ourselves an unusual situation indeed. He straightened, his formal demeanor returning. Regardless of how or why your resonance manifested as it did, the Cerulean Orb's judgment is final. You are permitted to enter the Blue Sun Academy. Relief washed through me, but it was quickly tempered by his next words. Furthermore, the elder continued, given the exceptional strength of your resonance, protocol demands that you be registered not as a servant. He paused, his glowing eyes fixed on me. But as a candidate. A candidate? Several voices echoed at once. For what position? I asked, though I already feared the answer. For Lightweaver Initiate at minimum, Elder Soren replied. And potentially, given your level of resonance. He glanced at Lady Leyland, his expression unreadable. For the position of saint. For a few seconds there was only silence. Then, the courtyard erupted in shocked gasps and murmurs. I stood frozen, my mind racing to process this unexpected turn of events. Being allowed entry was one thing, but being declared a candidate for sainthood was something else entirely, and not something I had any intention of pursuing. Lady Mara pushed forward through the crowd, her face flushed with indignation. This is absurd. You cannot seriously be considering this village boy for such a sacred position. She gestured wildly in my direction. He has no lineage, no training, no understanding of our sacred texts or traditions. He was milking cows and grinding wheat mere weeks ago. Despite the unnecessarily harsh comments, I kept my expression carefully neutral. Lady Mara was a strange one. Within the span of an hour, she had switched from accusing me of being unnaturally dangerous to insisting I was too common and uneducated. The Blue Sun cares nothing for lineage or prior training, Lady Mara. Elder Soren regarded her calmly. It bestows its blessings where it wills. But there are protocols, traditions. Lady Mara's voice rose higher. Candidates train for years under proper masters. They study the cerulean texts, memorize the Lightweaver precepts. This boy likely can't even read. Well, that wasn't exactly true. As I've told them many times before, Tomas could read, though not particularly well. And I, of course, because of the system, was far more literate than my current body's original owner. I can read, Lady Mara, I murmured, slightly offended by the accusation. My mother taught me before she died. Lady Mara scoffed. Reading farmhand messages scrawled in dirt is hardly the same as studying ancient texts written in High Cerulean. Ouch! And yet, Lady Leyland interjected. Just moments ago, you were insisting that Tomas was far more than a simple village boy. You called him a harbinger of death, suggested he had unnatural abilities. Good. It seems I wasn't the only one who caught the old lady's hypocrisy. Lady Leyland tilted her head, a slight smile playing on her lips. And now you argue he's too simple and ordinary to be considered for training? Which is it, Lady Mara? Lady Mara's mouth opened and closed several times, her face growing increasingly red. That's not... I wasn't. She took a deep breath. I simply meant that there's something suspicious about him. And now this test confirms it. No ordinary villager shows such strong resonance. It's unprecedented. Unprecedented, yes, Elder Soren agreed. Impossible, no. The histories record several instances of extraordinary talents emerging from humble origins. He fixed Lady Mara with a stern look. Or do you question the cerulean orb itself? Of course not, Lady Mara backpedaled quickly. The orb's judgment is sacred, but surely you must admit the timing is suspicious. Lady Leyland works her entire life toward this moment, and suddenly this boy appears, inserts himself into her household, and now stands to compete against her. While I didn't like that the old lady was attacking me, I had to agree with her. Being considered for sainthood would place me under intense scrutiny. Exactly the opposite of my plan to remain inconspicuous while learning everything I could about the cultivation system of the Blue Sun Academy. But the most concerning aspect was something none here would understand. With Cal being a looper, the sudden appearance of an unknown candidate would immediately register as an anomaly. Loopers became hyper-attuned to patterns and disruptions. An unexpected element like me would draw his attention immediately. It would be best to withdraw from this deadly competition. Let others fight for their time in limelight. I'd rather spend my time being a basic initiate, reading books in the library. This novel's true home is a different platform. Support the author by finding it there. I don't wish to compete with Lady Leyland, I said, injecting a tremor into my voice. I only sought to remain in her service. If this position is meant for nobles, I gladly withdraw and settle with being a regular Anidi. You cannot withdraw, Elder Soren interrupted. The orb has recognized you. To reject its judgment would be to reject the Blue Sun itself. Wonderful. Trapped by their religious dogma. The traditions of the selection are clear. All who demonstrate sufficient resonance must be included among the candidates. The Blue Sun itself will make the final choice during the ceremony. The elder turned to address me directly. You will participate in the selection as tradition demands, regardless of your background or prior training. I bowed deeply, concealing my face and the flash of frustration I couldn't completely suppress. I am honored beyond words, Elder, though I fear I will disappoint expectations. The only expectation is that you submit yourself to the Blue Sun's judgment with an open heart, Elder Soren replied, his tone softening slightly. The outcome is already written in the patterns of light. The only outcome that would have is me being soul-searched by a rank 8 monster. No thank you. Master, Azure called out, as happy as I am that we made it to the academy, I think we now have bigger problems to worry about. Cal, I replied silently, if he's truly experienced hundreds or thousands of time loops, he'll immediately notice such a significant change in events. Unless, Unless he attributes it to the butterfly effect, I concluded, following Azure's thought. Small changes in initial conditions leading to massive differences in outcomes. If he believes in that principle, he might accept that this particular loop has simply diverged more dramatically than others. Or he might attribute it to the blue sun's blessing, Azure suggested. From what we've gathered, the belief system here allows for divine intervention. A previously unknown candidate suddenly manifesting exceptional resonance could be interpreted as the blue sun itself changing the game. Both were reasonable possibilities, and I clung to them like a drowning man to driftwood. The idea of facing a rank 8 Lightweaver who was a time looper was terrifying. My only hope was that this deviation might be interpreted as part of the natural variation between loops rather than the introduction of a completely foreign element. If my performance as a candidate is unremarkable, perhaps everything will be okay. After all, why would a looper attend the same selection ceremony over and over again? Surely he has more important things to do, like ticking things off his looper checklist. Elder Soren clapped his hands once, the sound snapping me back to the present moment. Now, if there are no further objections. He glanced pointedly at Lady Mara, who pressed her lips into a thin line. Let us proceed with the traditional welcome ceremony. Afterward, the candidates will be escorted to their quarters in the aspirants' wing, where they will begin their preparation for the selection. And what of Lady Leyland's companions? Beric asked, reluctance evident in his voice. They will be accommodated in the visitors' wing, as is customary, the elder replied. During the period of preparation, candidates must remain somewhat sequestered to focus on their attunement to the blue sun's energies. 2 attendants materialized at his gesture, bowing low. These acolytes will show you to the visitors' wing. Beric frowned, despite only being a radiant touched. He felt uncomfortable being separated from his charge. My duty is to protect Lady Leyland. Within these walls, she is under the protection of the order itself. Elder Soren interrupted firmly. No harm will come to her here. This is our most sacred promise. The finality in his tone brooked no argument. Beric looked to Lady Leyland, who nodded slightly, giving him permission to stand down. With visible reluctance, he bowed to the elder. As you wish, but I request daily audiences with my lady to ensure her well-being. Granted, the elder replied. Now, let us proceed with the welcome ceremony and orientation. As servants appeared to collect baggage and escort people to their various destinations, Lady Leyland moved to my side. Don't worry about Lady Mara, she murmured, pitching her voice for my ears alone. She's been my chaperone since childhood and sees threats to my position everywhere. It seemed anyone surrounding the lady saw threats everywhere. A paranoid bunch for sure, but with sufficient reason to be so I couldn't really complain. Her eyes crinkled as she continued, though I must admit, even she couldn't have anticipated this particular development. I studied her face, confused by her lack of concern. Aren't you upset? I've inadvertently become your rival for a position you've worked toward your entire life. Lady Leyland's expression softened. The same position isn't about individual ambition, Tomas. It's about finding the person best suited to channel the blue sun's blessing for the benefit of all. She clasped her hands before her. If you are that person, I would be the first to celebrate your selection. Her sincerity was disarming. In the few worlds that I'd visited, they all shared one common theme: cultivation being ruthlessly competitive. The idea of graciously accepting defeat was almost unthinkable. Yet here was Lady Leyland, seemingly untroubled by the prospect of losing her birthright to a supposed village boy. Either she was the most genuinely selfless noble I'd ever encountered, or she was playing a deeper game than I could perceive. Neither option fit neatly into my understanding of how power worked. And perhaps this is why we were meant to meet, she continued, her eyes bright with something that looked suspiciously like hope. 2 candidates with complementary paths. The next few hours passed in a blur of activity. We were led from the outer courtyard through a series of increasingly beautiful spaces. Gardens where flowers bloomed in impossible shades of blue, meditation halls with ceilings that seemed to open directly to the sky, libraries where ancient texts floated in protective bubbles of light rather than resting on mundane shelves. At each significant location, Elder Soren or one of the other blue-robe guides would pause to explain its purpose and history. I listened attentively, storing away every detail that might prove useful. Knowledge was survival in this place. The academy was established hundreds of thousands of years ago, explained a female lightweaver with silver-streaked hair and serene features, shortly after the great sundering that split the original golden sun into its blue and red aspects. We stood in a vast circular chamber whose domed ceiling depicted that very event, a massive golden orb fracturing into two smaller bodies, one cerulean, one crimson, with human figures below raising their arms in either supplication or terror. The first lightweavers discovered that certain individuals were naturally resistant to the mental influence of the red sun, while being receptive to the life properties of the blue. They gathered these blessed few and established this sanctuary to study and cultivate these gifts. She gestured to a series of murals depicting robed figures channeling blue light. Thus began our order's mission to preserve wisdom, heal the land, and protect humanity from the corruption of the Red Sun's influence. And the Red Sun Academy? I asked innocently. Was it established at the same time? The Lightweaver's serene expression faltered slightly. The Order of the Last Light, as they call themselves, emerged later. Those who found power in the Red Sun's chaotic energy fought between themselves for years before they finally gathered in the northern wastes where its influence is strongest. Their goals. She hesitated. Their goals have always been at odds with our own. They seek dominance through strength, added another guide, his tone making it clear this was an understatement. Where we cultivate harmony and healing, they pursue power and destruction. I nodded thoughtfully, playing the role of the odd initiate while inwardly noting how each side painted the other in the darkest possible terms. The Red Sun Academy refused to acknowledge the existence of their counterpart. And when they do, they describe the Lightweavers as weak deceivers who hide their thirst for control behind platitudes about healing and harmony. Neither portrayal seemed entirely accurate, yet neither felt entirely false either. Our tour continued through training grounds where Lightweavers of various ranks practiced their arts. Unlike the blood-soaked combat grounds of the Red Sun Academy, these spaces emphasized control and precision. Young initiates sat in concentric circles, manipulating tiny motes of blue light between their fingers. More advanced practitioners wove complex patterns in the air, creating transient sculptures of light that served purposes I could only guess at. Light is both medium and message, explained our guide. Through it, we communicate with the blue sun itself, drawing upon its wisdom and power to maintain balance in the world. In one particularly impressive demonstration, a rank 5 Lightweaver created a perfect replica of the mountain valley below us, rendered entirely in blue light. Within this miniature landscape, I could see tiny figures moving, people going about their daily lives in the villages under the Academy's protection. Surveillance, Azure commented in my mind. Beautiful, but essentially a sophisticated scrying technique. They're watching everyone in their territory. Not so different from the Red Sun Academy's methods, I replied silently. Just more elegant in execution. Indeed, Azure agreed. Different aesthetics, same fundamental purpose. Control. The only difference being the Blue Sun Academy did a better job at convincing its disciples that they weren't in a prison. The final stop on our tour was the Aspirants' Quarter, a cluster of elegant pavilions connected by covered walkways, set around a central garden where a natural spring bubbled up to form a small, luminous pool. The buildings were constructed from pale stone veined with blue crystal, their graceful architecture reflecting the Academy's overall aesthetic of organic harmony. If you stumble upon this tale on Amazon, it's taken without the author's consent. Report it. Each candidate is assigned their own pavilion for the duration of the selection process, our guide explained. These spaces are designed to facilitate meditation and attunement to the Blue Sun's energies. They are also protected by privacy formations that prevent outside observation or interference. Lady Leyland was directed to a pavilion on the eastern side of the garden, while I was assigned one directly opposite on the western edge. The symbolism wasn't lost on me. East for the rising blue sun, west for its setting. Was I already being categorized as the lesser candidate? Not that I'm complaining, more potential came with more assassination attempts, just as these past few days demonstrated. The common areas are for sharing meals, discussions, and supervised interaction with the other candidates, continued our guide. Currently, there are 6 candidates in residence, including yourselves. A few were unable to attend. A nice way of saying they didn't make it to the academy alive. You will meet your fellow candidates at the evening meal. With that, we were left to settle into our respective pavilions before the dinner hour. Servants had already delivered Lady Leyland's extensive luggage to her quarters, while my meager possessions waited beside the entrance to mine. The interior of the pavilion was both simpler and more luxurious than I had anticipated. A single large room with a sleeping area, a meditation platform, a small dining table, and a private bathing chamber. The walls were made of the same blue-veined stone as the exterior, polished to a soft sheen that caught and diffused the light. The ceiling was a dome of crystal panels that would allow the blue sun's light to fill the space during daylight hours. I set my pack on the low table and emptied its contents. Clothes, the small pouch of coins, the water flask, dried provisions, and hidden under my tunic, Lady Leyland's grandmother's journal, still safely concealed after our journey. Secure? I asked Azure silently as I carefully withdrew the leather-bound volume. The privacy formations around this pavilion are genuine, he confirmed after a moment's assessment. Quite sophisticated, actually. They seem designed to allow the blue sun's energy to penetrate while blocking all other forms of observation or intrusion. I nodded, satisfied with his evaluation. Then let's see what secrets this journal contains that are worth killing over. The journal was surprisingly heavy for its size, bound in midnight blue leather with faint silver tracings along its spine. The cover bore no title, only a simple embossed pattern that resembled a spiraling galaxy. I ran my fingers over it, sensing the protective enchantments woven into the binding, subtle but powerful workings designed to prevent casual scanning or detection. Sitting cross-legged on the meditation mat, I carefully opened the journal to its first page, revealing elegant handwriting in deep blue ink. At the top, a name was inscribed in flowing script, Alara Varian, Journal. I'll turn each page slowly, I told Azure. Memorize everything. Of course, he replied. Whatever secrets Lady Varian's grandmother had discovered about the dual nature of the suns, they had been important enough to get her killed and to put her granddaughter in danger. I took a deep breath and began to read the first page. My advancement to rank 6 Lightweaver was celebrated throughout the Order yesterday. If only they knew the truth. All my life, I've hidden my affinity for the red sun, cultivating in secret while presenting only my blue sun abilities to the world. The duality has nearly driven me mad at times, but it has granted me insights no pure Lightweaver could ever grasp. With my new rank, it was much easier to sneak into the forbidden archives in the highest spire, and what I found there today has shaken me to my core. Everything we've been taught, everything is wrong. The ancient texts speak of the time before the sundering when a single golden sun blessed our skies. We're told the split was divine providence, separating purity from corruption, blue light preserving wisdom, red containing destruction. But it's a lie. Oh gods. The sundering wasn't divine at all. It was the desperate act of those who were already cursed. I found evidence of something that came from beyond our world. Some entity or force that infected the minds of the most powerful cultivators of the Golden Age. The archives contained fragments of personal journals from those ancient times. Their writings became increasingly erratic, paranoid. They wrote of whispers in their minds, of visions that haunted them even in waking hours. Whatever this force was, it targeted the strongest practitioners first, those closest to ascension. The curse spread among the cultivators like a disease of the soul. Their powers grew even as their sanity crumbled. In their madness, they believed splitting the golden sun would purge the corruption, that dividing its essence would somehow save them from the influence that was destroying their minds. Their ritual was born of desperation and delusion, and it failed catastrophically. It didn't remove the curse, it merely transformed it. The single madness became 2 different expressions of the same corruption. Red sun creates monsters of flesh, blue sun creates monsters of mind, but both paths lead to the same end, the destruction of the self. The entity that cursed our world, it may still be here, watching, waiting. Sometimes I feel it at the edges of my consciousness, especially during deep meditation. No one will believe me, but I know for certain that it will return. All our cultivation, all our suffering, all our madness, we are being grown for some purpose I cannot fathom. I can hardly write this, my hands tremble too much. What if they find this journal? What if they discover what I know? But I cannot stop now. I've gone too far. The truth is like a poison in my mind. I cannot unknow it. I hear footsteps outside my door. Must hide this. Will continue tomorrow if I still live. I took a deep breath, trying to process what I just read. The implications were staggering. An entity from beyond this world had infected the minds of ancient cultivators, driving them to madness until they desperately split their sun in a failed attempt to purge the corruption. The red and blue suns weren't natural phenomena but the result of this catastrophic ritual, both carrying the same fundamental corruption in different forms. The boundaries of the world are being breached, I whispered, recalling what Kull had said during his battle with the skybound elders. What if the entity Elder Varian mentioned is the same thing breaching the world's boundaries now? What if it's returning, just as she feared? Whatever this being was, it must be beyond anything I had ever encountered or even heard of. If it could manipulate and corrupt an entire world's cultivation system, if rank 8 or even rank 9 cultivators were merely pawns in its game, then its power was truly unfathomable. It seems you're not the only world walker, Master. I nodded slowly. Not just a world walker. This entity, it seems capable of physically traveling between worlds, not just soul traversal like I'm doing. The scale of power required for that. I trailed off, shaking my head in disbelief. Let's not worry about that for now. We need to focus on what's actionable. Turning back to the journal, I continued reading. Elder Varian had included sections describing skybound cultivation, the runic system I was already familiar with from my time at the Red Sun Academy. While her observations were insightful, they contained nothing I hadn't already learned firsthand. What interested me more were her experiments with dual cultivation, attempting to harness both sun energies simultaneously. Unfortunately, without understanding the blue sun cultivation method, much of her work remained incomprehensible to me. Equations, diagrams, and technical terms specific to Lightweaver practices filled several pages. Is there anything about blue sun cultivation methods? I asked, flipping through the journal. I need to understand their system before I can make sense of her dual cultivation experiments. Several pages ahead, Azure directed. She begins with a comparative analysis of the two systems. Following his guidance, I found the section he mentioned. Elder Varian had meticulously documented the fundamental differences between red sun and blue sun cultivation. Unlike skybound cultivation, which relies on runes to channel and shape the red sun's volatile energy, Lightweaver techniques focus on spiritual refinement and the manifestation of concepts through the blue sun's purer essence. Where skybound practitioners carve runes into physical surfaces, their bodies, weapons, or surroundings, Lightweavers draw using spiritual energy directly, breathing life into their constructs. The difference is fundamental. Skybound techniques fundamentally transform what already exists, while Lightweaver methods create what was not there before. The passage continued, describing various blue sun cultivation methods in detail. The primary methods include 1. Painting, brushwork manifestation practitioners create images, landscapes, creatures, objects, that they then breathe life into using blue sun energy. The quality of the visualization and the artist's connection to the subject determine the power and duration of the manifestation. This is considered the most versatile and creative approach, though it requires exceptional mental clarity. My mind immediately went to Cal, who I remembered using paintings in battle. Now I understood the basis of his techniques. 2. Song, vibrational resonance. Some Lightweavers channel their energy through vocal or instrumental music, creating effects that ripple outward through the environment. These techniques excel at area control and subtle manipulation of emotions and perceptions. 3. Sculpture. material harmonization practitioners shape the blue sun's energy through their hands. The resulting sculptures can be animated, serving as guardians or extensions of the cultivator's will. These techniques last longer than other methods. 4. Calligraphy, word binding similar to painting but using written language as the medium. Practitioners inscribe words of power that manifest the concepts they represent. Highly precise but limited to effects that can be adequately described in written form. How convenient that Lady Varian included such a thorough primer on Lightweaver techniques, I murmured. She was writing for herself, Azure responded. As someone with dual cultivation, she needed clear references to both systems to track her experiments properly. I nodded, setting the journal down for a moment. The path forward was clear. I would need to pick one of the methods she mentioned, and only after sufficient mastery in both Skybound and Lightweaver methods could I hope to attempt merging them, as Elder Varian had done. Ambitious, Azure commented, sensing my thoughts. Necessary, I corrected. If what Elder Varian discovered is true, neither path alone leads to true power, only to different flavors of madness. Had it not been for the Genesis seed, I would have lost my sanity long ago. You're right, Azure agreed. But remember, even the gold sun leads to madness. The curse. I stared at my hands in the dim light of the pavilion, considering my position. I had come to this world with a singular purpose, to grow stronger, to expand my cultivation techniques, to bring back knowledge that would elevate me in the main world. While I didn't see myself as a villain, I had never particularly thought of myself as a hero either. Yet, Elder Malric's eccentric face appeared in my mind, his genuine excitement when teaching me, how devastated he seemed when I was killed. I thought of YGGY, my friend. While it did return with me to the cultivation world, the Two Suns world was its home. And now Lady Leyland, with her surprising integrity despite being raised in a system built on lies. Unauthorized use. This story is on Amazon without permission from the author. Report any sightings. Could I really turn my back on an entire realm being harvested by some interdimensional parasite? I had saved Starhaven in my previous adventure, though that had been partially self-interest. This would be different. This would be choosing to fight an entity powerful enough to corrupt an entire world's cultivation system, a being that treated rank 9 cultivators as mere crops to be harvested. I wasn't a hero, but I wasn't a monster either. If I could gain enough power through mastering both cultivation methods perhaps, I could at least disrupt whatever this entity had planned. Not out of some grand heroic impulse, but because I wanted to save those I cared about. When did I become so sentimental? I muttered to myself, shaking my head. The realist in me knew this was likely beyond my capabilities. What chance did I have against an entity that had manipulated an entire world for thousands of years? I closed my eyes, centering myself. First things first. Learn the Blue Sun methods. Master them as I had the red. Then explore the integration. Only then could I even consider confronting whatever lurked beyond the boundaries of this world. One step at a time. That was how I had survived this long. That was how I would continue. I've completed memorization of the journal's contents, Azure announced, bringing me out of my thoughts. Every page, diagram, and notation has been preserved. I closed the journal, weighing it in my hand. Then we need to destroy this. Immediately. Agreed, Azure said. Its physical presence is a liability we can no longer afford. I considered my options. Destroying the journal needed to be done cleanly and completely, leaving no evidence behind. Using Blue Sun energy would be ideal since we were in the heart of Lightweaver territory, but I had no idea how to channel that energy for destructive purposes yet. My understanding was purely theoretical at this point. Red Sun energy was out of the question. Even with the pavilion's privacy formations, unleashing Skybound techniques here would be like lighting a beacon for every Lightweaver in the Academy. It would be an announcement of my true nature, signed in crimson fire. That left only one option. My original cultivation method. Chi wasn't tied to either sun, making it virtually undetectable to those looking specifically for red or blue energy signatures. Basic Chi combustion, I murmured. Subtle, controlled, and complete. I sat cross-legged on the meditation platform, holding the journal in both hands. Closing my eyes, I circulated my chi through my body, condensing it in my palms until they grew warm. My palms began to glow with a faint amber light as the chi concentrated there. Not quite fire, I wasn't a fire element practitioner, but heat, pure and intense. I pressed my hands firmly against the journal's cover, focusing the energy inward. First, nothing happened. The leather binding was resistant, likely enhanced with protective formations designed to preserve the book from ordinary damage. I increased the chi flow, pushing against these protections, feeling them bend but not break under the pressure. The formations are designed to resist magical assaults, Azure observed, but they're keyed specifically to red and blue energies. Your chi is outside their parameters. I nodded, adjusting my approach. Rather than a frontal assault on the journal's protections, I began to work around them, seeking the gaps in their coverage. All formations had weaknesses, points where energy could slip through their defenses. There, a slight give in the binding near the spine. I focused my chi there, threading it through like a needle through fabric. The leather began to smoke faintly, a tiny curl of gray rising from where my fingertip pressed against it. Once I had this opening, I worked methodically, channeling heat through the breach and into the journal's pages. The paper inside began to blacken and curl, the process accelerating as more of the protective formations failed. Soon, the entire journal was smoldering between my palms, the parchment turning to ash. I was careful to contain the process, ensuring no smoke escaped to trigger any alarm systems. The incineration was complete but controlled, reducing Lady Varian's years of research to nothing but fine gray powder cupped in my hands. Now came the part that would seem excessive to most, but in a world of magical practitioners who could potentially reconstruct information from ashes, excessive was prudent. I brought the ash to my lips and began to consume it, handful by handful. The taste was bitter and acrid, making me grimace with each swallow, but I persisted until every speck was gone. Only then did I allow myself to breathe normally again. An unusual precaution, Azure commented, a hint of amusement in his voice. I don't know what techniques the light weavers possess, I explained, washing the ashen taste from my mouth with water from the pitcher beside my bed. Perhaps they have methods to reconstruct documents from remnants. Better to be paranoid than exposed. A wise philosophy in your position, Azure agreed, though I imagine consuming forbidden knowledge has never been quite so literal before. I smiled despite myself. Knowledge should be internalized, as the scholars say. I doubt this is what they mean, Azure replied dryly. I was about to respond when a sharp knock at the door interrupted our conversation. I quickly wiped my hands and mouth, ensuring no traces of ash remained before calling out, "Enter." The door slid open to reveal a young acolyte in pale blue robes, no more than 16 or 17 years old. He bowed formally. "Honorable Candidate Tomas, your master requests your presence for your first lesson. I am to escort you immediately." I blinked in confusion. "My master." The acolyte's expression remained neutral. "Professor Thura has been assigned as temporary instructor for the less experienced candidates. She is waiting for you in the Eastern Pavilion." Less experienced candidates. A polite way of saying, the village boy who doesn't belong here. Fair enough. I couldn't exactly argue with the assessment. "Lead the way," I said, rising from my meditation cushion. "The Eastern Pavilion is part of the aspirants' quarter," the acolyte explained as we walked along a winding stone path. "It's where initiates receive their foundational training." I nodded, taking in our surroundings. The path wound through meticulously maintained gardens, where blue flowers of impossible shapes bloomed alongside more conventional plants. Small streams crisscrossed the landscape, their waters so clear they seemed almost invisible except for the occasional flash of silver as fish darted beneath the surface. "Beautiful," I murmured, more to myself than my guide. "The gardens were designed by Master Leora, the Academy's 7th headmistress," the acolyte replied, clearly pleased by my appreciation. She believed that harmony in our surroundings promotes harmony within. The arrangement of plants, water, and stone is said to form a massive meditation formation that subtly enhances spiritual clarity. Clever. Like the Red Sun Academy, the Blue Sun Academy was essentially one enormous cultivation aid, every element carefully positioned to maximize attunement with its sun. "Who is Professor Thera?" I asked. I was told little about my instruction. The acolyte's step faltered almost imperceptibly. "Professor Thera is unconventional, but brilliant. She's one of the youngest full professors at the academy." After several more minutes of walking, we arrived at a circular building with a domed roof made entirely of blue crystal. Unlike the rest of the academy's polished perfection, this place had an air of organized chaos about it. Various easels, instruments, writing desks, and sculpting tables were arranged throughout the space, many bearing half-completed works. "The Eastern Pavilion," the acolyte announced, gesturing to the entrance. "Professor Thera awaits within." I thanked him and stepped through the arched doorway into the pavilion. The inside was even more eclectic than I'd glimpsed through the crystal walls. Art supplies were everywhere. Jars of pigment, brushes of various sizes, chisels, sheets of parchment, blocks of stone and wood. The air smelled of ink, paint, and some kind of sweet incense. At the center of this creative chaos, a young woman was frantically organizing what appeared to be a stack of scrolls and tomes, muttering to herself as she worked. Her blue robes were of high quality but slightly rumpled, as if she'd been too preoccupied to notice or care about her appearance. Her dark hair was pulled back in a haphazard bun, with several strands escaping to frame her face. Most striking were her eyes behind a pair of slim, wire-framed glasses, a bright, electric blue. Cleared my throat. "Professor Thera? I'm Tomas, the new candidate." My voice seemed to jolt her from her focused state. She visibly startled, nearly dropping the heavy tome in her hands, and spun to face me with wide eyes. Oh yes, of course. Tomas, the village boy with the extraordinary resonance. Right on time, or are you early?" "I'm sorry. I've completely lost track." She glanced around as if hoping to find a clock somewhere among the artistic clutter. I was perplexed. For someone supposedly assigned as a master to a candidate, her reaction seemed oddly unprepared. If she was truly a powerful light weaver, shouldn't she have sensed my approach? Was she that distracted by her organizational task? "I believe I'm on time, Professor," I offered. "The acolyte just brought me here." Yes, wonderful." She set the tome down and approached me, adjusting her glasses as she did so. I wondered about those glasses. Did a light weaver actually need them to see, or was it more of a stylistic choice? Perhaps they served some function related to her cultivation. "I'm Professor Thera," she said with a smile that transformed her previously frazzled expression into something warm and welcoming. "I've been assigned as the tutor to help candidates from less traditional backgrounds catch up to the others before the selection. Though I must say your case is quite unique." "How so?" I asked, genuinely curious about what she might have been told. "Well, most candidates spend years preparing for this moment. They study under masters, memorize sacred texts, practice the fundamental techniques until they're second nature." She gestured vaguely at my entire person. "And then there's you, a miller's son with no formal training who somehow demonstrates blue sun resonance that apparently rivals Lady Leyland's. It's unprecedented. This narrative has been purloined without the author's approval. Report any appearances on Amazon." I offered my best humble village boy smile. "I'm as surprised as anyone, Professor." "I'm sure you are." She gave me an assessing look. "But we don't have time to dwell on the mystery of it. You only have 3 days until the selection, so we don't have time to waste with history and the other less practical subjects. We're jumping straight into the deep end." She moved to a nearby table and began sorting through various scrolls, pulling one out and unfurling it to reveal a detailed anatomical diagram of what appeared to be the human energy system. Blue lines traced complex patterns throughout the body, converging at several key points. "First things first," she said, tapping the diagram. "Do Do you know what a cerulean vein is? Lady Leyland mentioned it during our journey here. Something she was born with. Exactly. Professor Thera nodded approvingly. The cerulean vein is the foundation of all Lightweaver cultivation. It's a channel within the practitioner that allows them to properly connect with, absorb, and utilize the blue sun's energy. She traced a finger along one of the blue lines in the diagram. Most Lightweavers must create their cerulean vein through a combination of meditation, specific channeling techniques, and rituals to attune themselves to the blue sun. But some, like Lady Leyland, are born with a natural cerulean vein, an inborn conduit that gives them an innate connection to the first light from birth. This was fascinating. The parallel to the Skybound's foundational rune was obvious, but there were subtle differences that intrigued me. Where the foundational rune was carved physically, usually into the practitioner's skin, the cerulean vein appeared to be more of an energetic construct. A question had been nagging at me since I first began to understand this world's cultivation systems, and this seemed like an appropriate time to ask it. Professor, do Lightweavers have their own blue sun within them? Is that where your power comes from? Goodness, no. Thera laughed. If we did, we wouldn't need a cerulean vein at all. The vein is precisely what connects us to the external source of power, the actual blue sun in the sky. She had just confirmed something incredibly valuable. Unlike Skybound and Lightweavers who relied on an external power source, I actually did have suns in my inner world. That fact alone might give me advantages I hadn't yet explored. The design of one's cerulean vein, Thera continued, determines the path of their Lightweaver journey, whether they will be a painter, sculptor, singer, calligrapher, or another type of practitioner. Each design facilitates a different method of expression and manifestation. Another parallel to the Skybound system, where the design of one's foundational rune influenced their elemental affinity and combat style. Are there other methods? I asked, thinking of a rank 2 Lightweaver I'd once fought who had channeled blue sun energy through a sword. I mean, beyond the artistic expressions you mentioned. There are other approaches, she admitted, such as channeling through weapons or tools, but those are generally considered inferior methods. She wrinkled her nose slightly. They're typically adopted by those with less innate talent or those who come to blue sun cultivation later in life. That explained why such practitioners tended to be lower ranked. They were working with handicaps from the start. What about those born with a cerulean vein like Lady Leyland? Do they get to choose their path? Or is it predetermined? Thera smiled. Those are the lucky ones. Their natural cerulean vein already aligns with the method they have the most affinity for. They don't need to make the difficult decision you now face. They simply follow the path their body and spirit are already attuned to. And what decision is that? I asked, though I suspected I already knew the answer. Which type of cerulean vein to create? She replied. I'll explain the 4 primary types in detail, and then you'll need to make your choice. And unfortunately, she added with a sympathetic grimace, you don't have years to ponder the decision like most initiates do. An interesting constraint. Under normal circumstances, I would prefer to gather more information before making such a momentous choice. But time was not a luxury I had. A thought occurred to me. Is there a way to design the cerulean vein so I could use all the methods? Why limit myself to one approach? Thera's eyes lit up. An ambitious question. We'll get to that. But first, let me explain each method properly so you understand what you'd be attempting to combine. She clapped her hands twice, and the sound seemed to reverberate through the pavilion more than it should have. 3 blue-robed figures entered the pavilion in response to her signal, 2 men and a woman. I've asked a few of our rank 2 Lightweavers to assist us today, Thera explained. While I could attempt to demonstrate all 4 methods, it would be like having a fish explain mountain climbing for some of them. She laughed lightly. Better to learn from those who have dedicated themselves to mastering each particular approach. She guided us all to a different part of the pavilion where 4 distinct workstations had been set up, one with musical instruments, another with sculpting tools, a third with calligraphy brushes and ink, and the 4th with painting supplies. Let's begin with song, she said, stepping toward the musical instruments. Vibrational resonance is one of the oldest methods of channeling blue sun energy. Practitioners convert the light into sound waves that can manifest physical effects. She gestured to one of the workstations. Song is my specialty, so I'll demonstrate this one myself. But before I begin, I should explain something important, Thera said, her eyes bright with enthusiasm. All four methods can, for the most part, achieve the same end results. While the approaches differ, a master of any method can create virtually anything another method can, whether it's barriers, weapons, or even living beings. She picked up a small harp. The advantages of song are significant. Sound travels everywhere within its range, allowing for area effects that other methods struggle to achieve. Song can also bypass certain defenses, as sound waves can penetrate barriers that might block physical or even other energy-based attacks. She ran her fingers across the strings, producing a haunting melody that seemed to linger in the air longer than it should have. The notes hung suspended, glowing faintly blue in the space between us. And what I'm about to create isn't just a construct or illusion, she explained. When a light weaver channels the blue sun's energy through any of these methods, we're bringing true life into being, living, breathing creatures with their own essence. Now let me show you, she said with a smile. She closed her eyes and began to sing, her voice clear and pure, carrying a melody that seemed both ancient and somehow familiar, as if I'd heard it in a dream. Canerdi ed Nuolro, Farima eti vita, en lulsum nescarius, sphirotis eti anina, palvus amicis, caver tremspis viavrinis, ludium murons, cantiquim sradiaris. Thanks to the system's translation abilities, I understood her words perfectly. From nothing you come, form and life. Into light you are born, spirit and soul. Little friend living for time, bringing joy before you return. As she sang, motes of blue light gathered before her, swirling in rhythm with her melody. They began to coalesce, taking shape, and then in a final flash as her song concluded, the light vanished completely. There stood a small creature that looked exactly like a cross between a rabbit and a squirrel, with long ears and a bushy tail. This wasn't a construct of light or energy, it was a real animal in every sense. Its soft gray fur had white patches, its nose twitched as it sniffed the air, and its chest rose and fell with actual breath. It blinked, dark eyes focusing on its surroundings with unmistakable curiosity. The creature hopped once, then twice, before scampering over to me. It sniffed at my boots, then looked up, whiskers twitching. I reached down cautiously, and it showed no fear as I gently stroked its head. The fur was soft and warm beneath my fingers, exactly as a real animal's would be. There was nothing ethereal or magical about its physical form. Had I not witnessed its creation, I would have assumed it was a strange woodland creature that had somehow found its way into the pavilion. This is remarkable, I said, genuinely amazed as I felt the creature's weight when it hopped onto my palm. It's completely real. Thera nodded. Yes, that's what makes Lightweaver arts so profound. We don't create representations or illusions. We bring actual living beings into existence. The method differs, but the result is the same. Reality shaped by our will through the blue sun's energy. I gently ran a finger along the creature's spine, feeling the solid bone structure beneath its fur, the warmth of its body, the quick beat of its tiny heart. It responded to my touch by leaning into my hand, just as any tamed animal might. The drawbacks of song, however, are also significant, Thera continued. You need proper vocal or instrumental training. You can't expect to magically become a good singer or musician overnight. Sound-based techniques can be countered by silence fields or similar disruptions. And maintaining these creations requires continuous energy, which can be draining. I felt a flush creep up my neck at that. Apart from some particularly horrendous singing I used to do in the shower back on Earth, I had never developed any musical talents. That method was definitely out. As I was admiring the creature, it suddenly froze in my palm, its ears perking up as if hearing a distant sound. It began to tremble, then, to my surprise, let out a frightened squeak, a sound indistinguishable from any normal animal in distress. The creature looked down at its own paws with what could only be described as confusion and fear. It tried to hop away, but found its movements becoming uncoordinated. The solid form didn't fade or become transparent. Instead, it started to break down in a far more disturbing, organic way. Fur began to shed, its breathing became labored, and its eyes clouded over. The little animal turned to Thera with a pleading expression, its very real pain evident in every aspect of its being. It squeaked once more, a sound of genuine terror, before collapsing in my palm. Within seconds, its body rapidly aged and deteriorated before my eyes, decomposing at an impossible speed until nothing remained but a small pile of dust that scattered in a sudden breeze through the pavilion, leaving no trace it had ever existed. I stared at my empty palm, still feeling the phantom weight of the creature. Thera's face flushed with embarrassment. "I'm sorry about that. I'm not advanced enough to create permanent life forms yet." She sighed heavily. What you just witnessed wasn't an illusion dispelling or a construct falling apart. It was a living creature experiencing its entire life cycle in minutes rather than years. "It was afraid," I said quietly. "It knew it was dying." "Yes," Thera nodded solemnly. "That's one of the profound ethical questions surrounding Lightweaver cultivation. When we create true life, not approximations or simulations, but genuine living beings, what responsibility do we bear toward them? Are we justified in bringing sentient creatures into existence knowing they're doomed to such a brief span?" She looked at her hands thoughtfully. "The highest level masters can create permanent life, beings that continue to exist indefinitely with normal lifespans. But most of us can only grant brief existence, compressing an entire lifetime into minutes or hours. Some scholars argue the joy of existence, however brief, justifies the creation. Others believe we should only create simplified beings without true consciousness until we master techniques for permanent manifestation. Love what you're reading? Discover and support the author on the platform they originally published on. An intriguing philosophical debate with parallels to discussions of bioethics and artificial intelligence from my original world. But as fascinating as it wasn't immediately relevant to my current need to choose a cultivation path. Thera gestured toward the other Lightweavers who had been quietly waiting. "Now, let's see the other methods demonstrated." I should mention that since these practitioners are rank 2 Lightweavers, their demonstrations won't be quite as lifelike as what I've just shown you. At their current level, their creations will retain some qualities of the Blue Sun's energy rather than manifesting as completely physical beings. But this actually works well for instructional purposes. You'll be able to better observe the structure and technique behind each method. She smiled encouragingly at her colleagues. The principles remain the same, though. With sufficient advancement, all these methods can achieve the same level of reality creation. The first to step forward was the woman among the 3 Lightweavers. "This is Adept Leah, one of our sculptors," Thera introduced. Adept Leah moved to the sculpting station. She was tall and slender, with strong hands that looked as if they had spent years working with clay and stone. Sculpture, or material harmonization, involves shaping Blue Sun energy with your hands to create 3-dimensional constructs, Thera explained as Leah demonstrated. These can range from simple shields to complex animated guardians. Leah placed her hands together, then slowly drew them apart. Between her palms, a small blue sphere of light formed, which she then molded with precise gestures into the shape of a miniature bird. The level of detail was impressive. I could make out individual feathers and the glint of tiny eyes. "The primary advantage is durability," Thera continued as Leah worked. "Sculptures tend to last longer than constructs created through other methods. They're also excellent for defensive techniques and can be particularly effective if you have a tactical mind." The bird in Lee's hands fluttered its wings, looking remarkably lifelike despite its glowing blue composition. It took flight, circling the room once before landing on her outstretched finger. "But sculpting during battle is too slow to be practical," Thera added as Leah allowed the bird to dissolve back into motes of light with a respectful nod. "Most sculptors prepare their constructs in advance or focus on environmental manipulation rather than direct combat. And while the constructs are durable, They typically lack the versatility of other methods. Next, one of the male light weavers stepped forward, an older man with spectacles and ink-stained fingers. Adept Gerard is a calligraphy specialist. Thera introduced him. Gerard bowed slightly before moving to the calligraphy station. Calligraphy, or word binding, uses written language as a medium for blue sun energy, Thera explained. Practitioners infuse meaning into written characters, causing the concepts they represent to manifest in reality. Gerard picked up a brush, dipped it in ink that glowed with a faint blue luminescence, and wrote a single character on a sheet of parchment. His brushwork was fluid and confident, each stroke perfectly balanced. The ink shimmered as he completed the final stroke, then lifted off the page, forming a three-dimensional representation of the concept, shield, before us. Calligraphy is incredibly precise, Thera noted. There's no ambiguity in written language. When you write fire, you get exactly fire, not heat or light or something approximating fire. This makes it excellent for complex effects that require careful definition. Gerard set the brush down with a respectful bow before stepping back. However, Thera continued, it's also a dying art. It's too limited and relies too much on the creator's will and ability to infuse meaning into their words, which is much more difficult than it sounds. You're also constrained by your vocabulary and writing speed. And in the heat of battle, there's rarely time to write out complex phrases. Finally, the third Lightweaver approached, a young man with vibrant energy who seemed barely older than me. And this is Adept Miran, who specializes in painting. Thera introduced him, her tone carrying a hint of special appreciation. Miran grinned as he took position at the painting station. Painting, or brushwork manifestation, is the most modern and advanced method, she explained as Miran prepared his materials. It combines elements of all three previous approaches: the flow of song, the dimensionality of sculpture, and the precision of calligraphy. With quick, confident strokes, Miran painted what appeared to be a simple lotus flower on a canvas. His movements had a rhythm to them, almost dance-like, each brush stroke flowing naturally into the next. As the final stroke connected to the whole, the flower seemed to gain depth and dimension, lifting slightly from the canvas surface. A skilled painter can incorporate calligraphy directly into their works, Thera explained as Miran added a small character within the flower that caused it to bloom more fully. They can suggest three-dimensionality through technique, mimicking the effects of sculpture. And the rhythm of brushwork itself can create a kind of visual music that resonates with the blue sun's energy. The demonstration was impressive, even through the lens of someone who had seen far more dramatic displays of power. If painting is so versatile, I asked, why doesn't everyone choose that method? It seems to offer the best of all worlds. Thera laughed at what must have seemed like naivety on my part. Because painting is difficult enough if you only focus on painting. If you want to incorporate elements from other methods, you need to learn at least portions of those disciplines as well. A painter who wants to add calligraphic elements needs to study calligraphy. One who wants sculptural effects must understand three-dimensional form. She gestured to the lotus Miran had created, which was now slowly rotating above the canvas. It's the most versatile approach, but also the most demanding. Very few mastered it in generations past. But in recent years, it's gained popularity due to some exceptionally talented practitioners demonstrating its potential. Like who? I asked, sensing an opportunity to learn more about the power dynamics within the academy. Like Cal, she said, a complex mix of emotions crossing her face. He's particularly skilled at incorporating calligraphy into his paintings, creating works with layers of meaning that unfold as the viewer interacts with them. His technique of embedding different characters that activate sequentially has revolutionized combat applications of painting. I nodded, thinking that did indeed sound powerful. No wonder Cal had risen to the rank of elder and was able to fight against the elders by himself. His time-looping advantage, combined with a genuinely versatile cultivation method, would make him nearly unstoppable. Professor Thera seemed to notice my impressed expression and frowned slightly. Don't take after him too much, she cautioned. Talent is important, but so is responsibility and respect for tradition. She turned away, muttering under her breath, thinking he can just miss the ceremony where he is being instated as an elder, as if the entire council doesn't have better things to do than reschedule around his whims. I pretended not to hear, but inwardly smiled at the confirmation of my suspicions. Cal had probably sat through that particular ceremony dozens if not hundreds of times during his loops. After experiencing the same events repeatedly, even something as significant as one's own elevation to elder status would likely lose its luster. He probably had far more important items on his looper's checklist to attend to. After the demonstrations were complete, Thera thanked the 3 rank 2 lightweavers with a nod. The 3 practitioners bowed in unison, first to Thera, then to me, which felt strangely formal given my supposed background as a village boy. Now, Tomas, it's time for you to make your decision. Thera turned to me once we were alone. Which approach calls to you? Song? Sculpture? Calligraphy or painting? I considered the pros and cons of each method she had demonstrated. Song required musical aptitude I simply didn't possess, and while its area effects were impressive, the lack of precision control was a significant drawback for someone like me who preferred exacting techniques. Sculpture offered durability but lacked the speed and adaptability I would need in combat situations. I had always favored quick, decisive action rather than preparation-heavy approaches. Calligraphy had its appeal. The precision reminded me of the runic system I was already familiar with, but its limitations were significant. If it truly was becoming obsolete among modern lightweavers, it might not provide the versatility I needed, especially considering they relied more heavily on infusing meaning than the others. Master, there's an interesting pattern here, Azure observed. It seems that the more effort put into creating the medium itself, the less meaning needs to be infused separately. Writing requires tremendous meaning infusion because the characters themselves are simple to create. Meanwhile, sculpture and painting require less meaning infusion because the creation process itself embodies much of the intent. That makes sense, I replied silently, my thoughts focusing on the remaining method, painting. It seemed to offer versatility without sacrificing too much in any particular area. But more importantly, the possibility of being able to incorporate the other methods and maybe even formations was too much to pass on. I'd like to choose painting, I said finally. The potential to incorporate elements from other methods appeals to me. I could potentially write lyrics or poetic verses as calligraphy within my paintings, combining multiple approaches. Thera sighed, though there was a hint of a smile beneath it. I'm not surprised. Saint candidates are often drawn to the most ambitious paths. You're all likely to become elders someday if you survive the selection, so naturally you gravitate toward methods with the greatest long-term potential. She moved to a nearby bookshelf and pulled out an enormous leather-bound tome, its blue cover inlaid with what appeared to be fragments of crystal. The book was easily the size of my torso and looked ancient despite its well-preserved condition. What is that? I asked as she heaved it onto a reading stand with a grunt. This, she said, running a hand over the cover, is the Compendium of Cerulean Patterns. It contains designs that scholars from the Academy have developed, refined, and recorded since its founding hundreds of thousands of years ago. As she opened the book, I realized this was essentially the Lightweaver equivalent of the Skybound's foundational rune catalog, a collection of established patterns that practitioners could adopt rather than designing their own from scratch, which was always risky. The pages were filled with intricate blue diagrams, each one a possible cerulean vein design. Some were simple and elegant, while others were complex and detailed. The design you choose is critically important, Thera explained as she carefully turned the heavy pages. It will determine which aspects of painting come most naturally to you. Some designs are better for practitioners who wish to focus on offensive techniques. She pointed to a pattern that resembled a spiral with sharp projections. Others emphasized defensive applications. Her finger moved to a more circular, shield-like design. There are patterns optimized for different elemental affinities as well, though light is naturally the most popular among lightweavers. And some, she continued, turning to a page showing a design that looked almost like a stylized animal, are particularly suited for those who wish to specialize in summoning or creating autonomous constructs. She looked up at me, her expression serious. I want to be clear. Choosing a design that emphasizes one aspect doesn't mean you can't utilize others. A light weaver with an attack-focused cerulean vein can still create defensive barriers or summon constructs. It just means those applications will require more energy and concentration than they would for someone with a more suitable design. And can the design be changed later? I asked, already suspecting the answer. It can be modified and refined as you advance, she confirmed. But it cannot be completely replaced without potentially catastrophic consequences. The cerulean vein becomes an integral part of your spiritual anatomy. Attempting to remove it entirely would be like trying to replace your actual veins. I nodded my understanding and began to carefully examine the patterns displayed in the tome. Azure was meticulously cataloging everything, adding it to his comprehensive database of this world's cultivation systems. As I turned another page, I stopped abruptly. There, rendered in blue ink, was a design that looked remarkably similar to my foundational rune, a Fibonacci spiral tree pattern. The resemblance was uncanny, though this version was more fluid, with branches that curved gracefully rather than the sharp angles of my skybound rune. This one, I said, pointing to the design. What's its specialty? Thera peered at my selection. Ah, the arboreal spiral. That's an excellent choice for someone interested in nature-based manifestations. It facilitates connections with plant life and ecological systems. Practitioners with this design often excel at creating living constructs that grow and evolve rather than simply appearing fully formed. Ensure your favorite authors get the support they deserve. Read this novel on the original website. The synchronicity was too perfect to ignore. My foundational rune was wood-based, focused on plant manipulation. If I selected a cerulean vein with similar affinity, it might create natural resonance between the two systems, a potential bridge for future integration. Master, Azure's voice sounded in my mind. This is a remarkable opportunity. The structural similarities between this design and your foundational runes suggest they might be harmonious rather than antagonistic. It could significantly reduce the difficulties of dual cultivation. My thoughts exactly, I replied silently. If I'm going to attempt what Elder Varian achieved, true integration of both cultivation systems, then aligning the foundational elements seems like the logical first step. There's risk, of course, Azure cautioned. The similarity might make interference more likely as well. The two patterns could resonate too strongly and create unexpected feedback loops. True, but that's a problem for future me, I thought. Right now, we need to establish a foothold in light weaver cultivation, and this seems like the most promising path. After a brief internal discussion weighing various options, Azure and I agreed that the arboreal spiral offered the best combination of utility and potential synergy with my existing cultivation. I've decided, I told Thera. The arboreal spiral feels right to me. She smiled approvingly. A thoughtful choice. Not the most popular among candidates, most preferred designs that facilitate direct combat applications, but one with great depth and potential for growth. She chuckled at her own pun. Pardon the wordplay. I blinked. Once, twice. My lips parted slightly, debating whether to acknowledge the joke or pretend it hadn't happened. In the end, I settled for an uncomfortable half-smile, the kind that looked more like a grimace. Right? I said after a beat, nodding slowly. Very. Deep. Closing the heavy tome, Thera led me to a different section of the pavilion, where a circular platform of blue crystal stood elevated above the floor. This is a resonance amplification dais, she explained. It's designed to temporarily strengthen your connection to the blue sun, making it easier to establish your cerulean vein. Normally, this process would take weeks of preparation and gradual attunement, but we don't have that luxury. She gestured for me to sit in the center of the platform. Before we begin, I need to know, do you have any experience channeling blue sun energy? I feigned ignorance. I'm not sure what that would even feel like, Professor. Thera nodded, unsurprised. The blue sun's energy feels cool and clarifying, like a mountain stream flowing through your spirit. To channel it, you need to open yourself to its influence. Imagine your body as a vessel waiting to be filled with light. Her instructions were basic but sound. I followed them with deliberate clumsiness at first, allowing small mistakes that she could correct, establishing the expected learning curve of a novice. After a few attempts, I channeled a controlled amount of blue sun energy from my inner world, allowing just enough to flow through my body to create the impression of successful attunement. My eyes flashed azure briefly as the energy circulated through my system. "Good!" Thera exclaimed, clearly pleased with my rapid progress. "That's an excellent first attempt. Now let's move on to the fun part, creating your cerulean vein." She sat cross-legged opposite me on the platform, her posture shifting from the slightly scattered professor to a focused cultivation master. "Everyone has an inner space within themselves," she began, her voice taking on a rhythmic, almost hypnotic quality. "Not a physical location, but a spiritual nexus where your essence gathers and flows. It's the center of your being, the core from which all energy emanates and to which all energy returns." Her description immediately made me think of my inner world. But from her explanation, it seemed that what Lightweavers called the inner space was something much smaller and more limited, more like a focal point than a fully realized dimension. To locate this inner space, Thera continued, you must follow the currents of your own life force inward. Imagine tracing a river to its source, following a thread to its origin. Let your consciousness sink deeper and deeper within, past thought, past emotion, to the still center where you truly exist. I closed my eyes and pretended to struggle with the concept, but in truth, I simply directed my awareness to my inner world. Given that I already had a fully developed spiritual realm rather than merely an inner space, locating it was trivial. After what I judged to be an appropriate amount of time, long enough to seem like I was making an effort but not so long as to appear incompetent, I opened my eyes and nodded. "I think I found it," I said softly. She put away a small pouch that I noticed contained some kind of herb. "I was prepared to offer you a spiritual catalyst if you struggled, a herb that induces a dreamlike state, making it easier to perceive the inner space. But it seems you won't need it." I couldn't help but smile inwardly at the thought. If you can't get the job done yourself, just use some mystical LSD to speed things along. Typical cultivation world solutions. "Now that you've located your inner space," Thera continued, seemingly both impressed and slightly suspicious of my rapid progress, "the next step is to create your cerulean vein within it. Visualize the arboreal spiral design clearly in your mind. Every curve, every branch, every detail must be perfect." I called up the image of the pattern I'd selected, allowing Azure to project the exact design into my consciousness so there would be no errors or inconsistencies. "Once the image is fixed in your mind," Thera instructed, "begin to channel the blue sun energy through your body in that pattern. The energy should naturally flow into the visualization, filling it out and making it real within your inner space." She rose to her feet, brushing off her robes. "I need to attend to some other responsibilities, but I'll return to check on your progress. This part of the process is deeply personal and works best without observation. Take as much time as you need, though preferably no more than a few hours." She added the last part with a small smile. Before I could respond, she had hurried out of the pavilion, leaving me alone with my thoughts and the gently humming resonance amplification dais. "Well, that was abrupt," I commented to Azure. "I'm beginning to think Professor Thera isn't quite the conventional master I expected." "She seems knowledgeable but distracted," Azure observed. "Perhaps she has multiple responsibilities and limited time, or perhaps she simply trusts your ability more than she's letting on. Either way, it gives us the privacy we need." I settled more comfortably on the platform and turned my attention inward, diving fully into my inner world. It was time to get started on creating my very own cerulean vein. The familiar landscape greeted me. Mountain ranges and deep valleys to the northwest, the garden quadrant with its sculpted trees to the northeast, open experimental spaces in the southeast, and meditation plateaus in the southwest. At the center stood the Genesis seed, its roots spreading throughout all four quadrants, anchoring and stabilizing everything. Under the Genesis seed's protective branches, hidden away from prying eyes, my sons were tucked away for safekeeping. The red sun sat on one side, glowing dimly as if pouting about being hidden. The blue sun rested on the other side, looking more peaceful about the whole situation. Between them, the baby star gave off its small but bright light. Where should we place the cerulean vein? I asked Azure, who manifested beside me in his typical form. Logically, it should be positioned in relation to the blue sun, he replied, studying our surroundings thoughtfully. But we must be careful not to disrupt the balance you've established. The vein will draw power from your blue sun, creating a new energy circulation system. I considered the options. The northeast quadrant seems most appropriate. It's already dedicated to growth and cultivation, and the garden setting aligns well with the arboreal spiral's nature affinity. Azure nodded. A sound choice. Let's begin. Creating the cerulean vein proved more challenging than I had anticipated. My first attempt resulted in a rigid, lifeless construct that bore the correct shape but lacked the flowing vitality that characterized true lightweaver techniques. It was like comparing a photograph of a tree to a living, growing organism. You're approaching this from a skybound perspective, Azure observed. You're trying to impose the pattern rather than infuse it with meaning. I frowned, dismissing the failed attempt with a wave of my hand. The blue energy dispersed into motes of light that faded into the atmosphere of my inner world. Explain the difference. From what I've gathered, lightweavers don't simply create forms. They create significance, Azure said. The pattern itself is just a vessel. It's the meaning you pour into it that gives it power. This was fundamentally different from skybound cultivation, where the precision of the rune's form determined its effectiveness. Lightweavers apparently cared less about technical perfection and more about the spiritual resonance imbued within the structure. So rather than just visualizing the pattern, I began. You need to feel what it represents, Azure confirmed. The arboreal spiral isn't just a tree-shaped design. It embodies growth, renewal, connection between earth and sky, the cyclical nature of life. I took a deep breath and tried again, this time focusing not just on forming the pattern but on infusing it with concepts. I thought about the towering trees of the forest we'd passed through on our journey to the academy. Their ancient strength, their silent wisdom, their constant growth reaching toward the light. As I channeled blue sun energy into the visualization, I felt a difference immediately. The pattern seemed to accept the energy more readily, almost eagerly drinking in the power and taking shape with less resistance. But something still wasn't right. The cerulean vein flickered unstably, its edges blurring and reforming in an irregular rhythm. It's better, Azure commented, but still lacking something essential. I dispersed the second attempt, frustrated but determined. What am I missing? Perhaps intention? Azure suggested. Professor Thara mentioned that the cerulean vein becomes an integral part of your spiritual anatomy. You're not just creating a tool, you're growing a part of yourself. That kind of made sense. For my third attempt, I drew energy from the blue sun, letting it flow through me not as a tool to be wielded but as a medium to be shaped by my understanding. I held the arboreal spiral pattern in my mind, but this time I didn't try to construct it. Instead, I let my intention for what it would become guide the energy. Growth, connection, transformation, life emerging from seemingly lifeless matter. The cycle of seasons of death and rebirth. The way trees communicate through their root systems, sharing resources and information in silent networks beneath the soil. As I poured these meanings into the forming pattern, something remarkable happened. The cerulean vein began to take shape with a fluidity and grace my previous attempts had lacked. The branches of the spiral tree extended with purpose, curving and splitting in perfect harmony with my intention. That's it, Azure said softly. You're infusing it with meaning. But just as I thought success was within reach, the pattern destabilized again, branches withering and the spiral collapsing in on itself. Damn it, I muttered, letting the failed construct dissipate. What am I still doing wrong? I sat in contemplation, reviewing everything Professor Thara had told me about the process. She had emphasized that the cerulean vein was personal, unique to each practitioner. Perhaps I was being too academic in my approach, trying to create a perfect copy of the design from the book rather than allowing my own interpretation to emerge. Let's take a different approach, I decided. Rather than copying the pattern exactly, I'll use it as inspiration and allow my own understanding to guide the form. For my fourth attempt, I closed my eyes and thought about what the arboreal spiral meant to me. Not just trees in the abstract, but specific trees that had significance in my journey. The ancestor's tree at the three-leaf clover sect that once helped me against the seventh ancestor. The star-catching tree stretching up to pluck stars from the sky. The deep-root tree with its massive underwater tendrils. And Genesis seed at the center of my inner world, binding everything together. I thought about how trees were more than just plants, they were bridges between worlds. Roots delving deep into the earth, branches reaching toward the heavens. They were living metaphors for cultivation itself, the endless journey upward while remaining firmly grounded. As these personal meanings flowed into my visualization, the cerulean vein began to take shape once more. But this time, it wasn't merely following the generic pattern from the book. It was evolving, adapting, becoming uniquely mine. The spiral remained at its core, but the branches formed patterns that reflected my personal journey. They curved with deliberate purpose, each one representing an aspect of growth and transformation that resonated with my understanding of cultivation. "This is promising," Azure observed as the construct stabilized and began to glow with a steady blue light. "It's holding form and beginning to integrate with your inner world." I carefully fed more energy into the pattern, watching as it grew more defined, more vibrant. The blue light pulsed in rhythm with my heartbeat, suggesting a deepening connection between the cerulean vein and my physical form. I continued to infuse meaning into every branch and curve of the pattern, intention flowing through the channels of my visualization. This wasn't just about creating a shape. It was about birthing something with purpose and significance. The narrative has been illicitly obtained. Should you discover it on Amazon, report the violation. Gradually, the cerulean vein's light intensified, its form becoming more solid and defined. With each pulse of energy I directed into it, the pattern responded by growing more intricate, more beautiful. Small offshoots appeared along the main branches, like new growth on a living tree. "It's stabilizing," Azure noted with satisfaction. "The pattern is anchoring itself in your inner world." With one final surge of concentrated intention, a pure distillation of everything I understood about growth, connection, and transformation, I completed the process. The cerulean vein gave one bright pulse of azure light before settling into a stable, radiant form. It floated in the garden quadrant of my inner world, branches gently swaying as if in a breeze only it could feel. I approached it cautiously, examining my creation from all angles. The arboreal spiral had become something unique, still recognizable as the pattern I'd selected from the tome, but personalized in countless subtle ways. Most importantly, it felt right. It felt like an extension of myself rather than a foreign object I had constructed. "Is it alive?" I asked, noticing how the branches seemed to reach toward me as I circled it. "In a sense," Azure replied. "Not alive like you or I, but more than merely a pattern of energy. The cerulean vein is responsive. It will grow and evolve as your understanding deepens." I reached out, not physically but with my spiritual perception, and felt a connection establish itself between my consciousness and the floating vein. It was unlike anything I'd experienced with skybound techniques, less like a tool I could command and more like a part of myself I could communicate with. "It's done," I said, a mixture of satisfaction and wonder in my voice. "We've successfully created a cerulean vein." Leaving my inner world, I opened my eyes, half expecting to see Professor Thura waiting, but the pavilion remained empty. I stretched, working out the stiffness in my limbs. How long had I been meditating? The angle of the blue sun suggested at least 2 hours had passed, possibly more. "She's certainly taking her time," I murmured, rising to my feet. "Perhaps she's forgotten about you entirely," Azure suggested. "You weren't exactly a priority assignment." I frowned, glancing around the deserted pavilion. I didn't expect her to just abandon me mid-lesson. What am I supposed to do now? Wait here indefinitely. The prospect of sitting alone on this platform for hours didn't appeal to me. I had successfully created my cerulean vein, a task that supposedly took days or even weeks for most initiates, but without Professor Thera to verify my progress, I couldn't move forward with my training. She did mention having other responsibilities, Azure reminded me. Perhaps a walk around the academy would be productive while we wait? It would provide an opportunity to familiarize ourselves with the layout. That seemed reasonable. Better than sitting here doing nothing, at least. And exploring the academy grounds unsupervised might yield valuable information. She did say she'd return to check on my progress, I mused. It would be inconsiderate to simply disappear. I found a small writing desk at the edge of the pavilion, complete with brushes, ink, and paper, likely used by students to take notes during instruction. I wrote a brief message. Professor Thera, I believe I've successfully established my cerulean vein. Since you had not returned, I decided to familiarize myself with the academy grounds. I will return shortly. Tomas. I left the meditation platform and made my way back up the path toward the main academy buildings. Without my guide from earlier, I relied on Azure to navigate the complex layout of pavilions, gardens, and walkways. The academy was even more impressive when explored at leisure. Hidden alcoves revealed stunning views of the valley below. Secluded meditation platforms dotted the mountainside, each designed for specific types of spiritual practice. Small streams of that strange, pattern-forming water flowed everywhere, connecting different areas in ways that seemed both aesthetic and functional. After walking for about 20 minutes, I spotted a blue-robed lightweaver tending to a garden of blue flowers. She seemed approachable, older than Professor Thera but lacking the intimidating aura of someone like Elder Soren. "Excuse me," I called politely, approaching with a respectful bow. "I'm looking for Professor Thera." We were in the middle of a lesson when she was called away. The woman looked up, studying me with mild curiosity. "Ah, you must be the unexpected candidate everyone's talking about. The miller's son with the surprising resonance." News traveled fast, apparently. I nodded, trying to look appropriately humble. "Yes, that's me. Professor Thera was helping me establish my cerulean vein, but she left before I could complete the process." The woman's eyes widened slightly. "Did she now? That's rather unlike her, dedicated as she is to her teaching duties." She paused, then added with a knowing smile, though perhaps not entirely surprising, given her other preoccupations. That caught my interest. "Other preoccupations?" "Her research, of course," the gardener said, returning to her flowers. "The young professor is quite ambitious, always working on some project or another. The higher-ups tolerate it because her results are occasionally useful, though some find her methods unorthodox." Interesting. Perhaps there was more to my scatterbrained instructor than I'd initially assumed. "Would you know where I might find her?" "Her quarters, perhaps." The gardener laughed, a bright, musical sound. "Oh, she's rarely in her quarters. If she's not teaching, she'll be in her laboratory for certain. That's where she spends most of her time." "And where might I find this laboratory?" I asked, trying not to sound too eager. The woman pointed toward a small structure nestled against the mountainside, partially obscured by a stand of slender trees with silvery bark. "The lower level of the experimental pavilion. Third door on the left. Though I warn you, she doesn't appreciate interruptions when she's working." I thanked her and headed in the direction she'd indicated. The experimental pavilion was different from the other academy structures I'd seen so far, less ornate, more functional. Its walls were solid stone rather than the usual blend of stone and wood, with fewer windows and more substantial doors. The lower level was accessed via a short flight of stairs that descended into the mountainside. I counted the doors, 1, 2, 3, and found myself standing before a solid wooden door with a small plaque that read, "Professor Thera. Authorized personnel only." I knocked firmly. No response came from within. "Perhaps she's not here after all," Azure suggested. I knocked again, slightly harder. This time, the door moved inward just a fraction, not properly latched, apparently. I hesitated, hand suspended in mid-air. The sensible course would be to leave and return to the meditation platform. Entering a Lightweaver's private laboratory uninvited was almost certainly against Academy rules, possibly even dangerous. But my curiosity had been piqued. What unorthodox research could my seemingly unremarkable instructor be conducting? "This is unwise," Azure cautioned, sensing my thoughts. "Just a quick look," I replied silently. "Knowledge is never wasted." Before I could reconsider, I pushed the door open and stepped inside, closing it softly behind me. The laboratory was meticulously organized, with each workstation apparently dedicated to a different research area. One held astronomical instruments and star charts. Another displayed geological samples with detailed sketches beside each specimen. A third contained what appeared to be medical equipment and diagrams of the human body with blue energy pathways mapped throughout. But it was the fourth station that drew my attention and sent a chill down my spine. There, arranged on a long table, were several vine-like structures that looked disturbingly familiar. They resembled miniature versions of YGGY, though these appeared less developed, more like prototypes or experimental models. Some were clearly dormant or possibly failed experiments, while others showed signs of limited mobility, their tendrils twitching occasionally as if dreaming. "Azure?" I whispered inwardly, approaching the table cautiously. "Are you seeing this?" "Indeed," he replied. "The resemblance is concerning." I examined the specimens more closely, careful not to touch them. Unlike YGGY, who had developed a distinct personality and intelligence, these vine structures seemed rudimentary, basic frameworks rather than fully realized sentient beings. Still, the similarity in their fundamental design was unmistakable. Beside the table sat a research journal, open to a page filled with notes and diagrams. The handwriting was neat but rushed, with frequent annotations and corrections squeezed into the margins. I leaned closer, trying to decipher the content without disturbing anything. The visible page contained references to symbiotic integration, autonomous growth patterns, and consciousness transference experiments, phrases that seemed alarmingly similar to Elder Malrich's research at the Red Sun Academy. "What is Professor Thurah's connection to Elder Malrich?" I murmured, more to myself than to Azure. "These can't be coincidental similarities." I carefully flipped back a page in the journal, revealing more detailed notes about failed experiments and potential modifications. The terminology used suggested a deep understanding of both botanical and spiritual principles, again, reminiscent of Elder Malrich's specialized knowledge. Could she be working with him? I speculated. Or maybe he just has counterparts here with similar research interests? Before I could investigate further, the sound of approaching footsteps from an adjoining room froze me in place. I straightened quickly, stepping away from the research table, but it was too late to retreat to the door without being seen. I turned toward the sound just as Professor Thurah emerged from a side chamber, her arms filled with scrolls and her spectacles slightly askew. She stopped abruptly upon seeing me, her eyes widening with shock and then narrowing with suspicion. "Tomas? What are you doing in my laboratory?" For a moment, silence filled the laboratory like a physical presence, broken only by the soft twitching of the vine-like specimens on the table. Professor Thurah's face cycled through expressions, shock, suspicion, and a fleeting hint of fear, before settling on stern disapproval. "Tomas? What are you doing in my laboratory?" she repeated, her voice sharper than I'd heard before. The scrolls in her arms shifted as she straightened her posture, trying to project authority despite her disheveled appearance. I kept my expression carefully balanced between apologetic and innocent, channeling my best confused village boy persona. "Professor Thurah," I said, bowing slightly, "I apologize for the intrusion. I finished establishing my cerulean vein, but you didn't return to the meditation pavilion. I waited for some time and left a note explaining that I'd gone looking for you." Her eyes widened at my claim. "You finished already?" The scrolls in her arms threatened to tumble as her grip loosened in surprise. "That's not possible. Establishing a cerulean vein takes hours, sometimes days for most initiates." I shrugged helplessly. "I followed your instructions. The process felt natural somehow. Azure's voice whispered in my mind. She's more surprised by your success than your presence in her laboratory. Interesting priorities. Thera hurriedly placed her scrolls on a nearby desk and approached me, her prior indignation apparently forgotten in the wake of scientific curiosity. Show me, she said, adjusting her spectacles. Channel the blue sun energy in the pattern of your vein. I closed my eyes, concentrating on the cerulean vein I'd created within my inner world. It responded immediately to my attention, pulsing with cool, blue light. I directed a modest stream of blue sun energy through the pattern, careful to maintain control over the flow. A tingling sensation spread across my forehead as the cerulean vein manifested externally, projecting its pattern onto my skin. The cool energy flowed through the intricate branches of the arboreal spiral, creating what I imagined must be a glowing blue design similar to the foundational runes that skybound practitioners displayed. When I opened my eyes, I found Thera staring at me with undisguised amazement. The blue light from my forehead cast soft shadows across her face, illuminating her wide eyes and parted lips. Extraordinary, she whispered, leaning closer to examine the pattern. The integration is complete. The energy flows seamlessly through each branch of the spiral. Even the secondary growth patterns are fully formed. She reached up as if to touch the glowing design, then caught herself and withdrew her hand. I've never seen a novice establish a cerulean vein so quickly, much less with such complexity. I allowed the energy flow to subside, and the glowing pattern faded from my skin. Is that unusual? I asked, feigning ignorance while inwardly pleased at the confirmation of my success. Thera laughed, the sound both impressed and slightly nervous. Unusual? It's practically unheard of. She shook her head in disbelief. Lady Varian wasn't exaggerating your potential. She trailed off, lost in thought, then suddenly seemed to remember the situation. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she glanced around her laboratory, then back to me. I completely forgot about our lesson, she admitted, rubbing her temples. It simply slipped my mind. I was caught up in my research and lost track of time. She gestured vaguely toward the scrolls she'd been carrying. I've been working on translating some ancient texts that reference to something vital, and when I found a promising reference, that's all right, I assured her, seizing the opportunity to shift focus to what I'd really come to discover. I gestured to the vine specimens on the table behind me. You seem very busy with your work. These experiments look fascinating. Thera's demeanor changed instantly, her body language closing off as she moved quickly to position herself between me and the research table. Those are personal projects. Nothing to do with your training. Of course, I said, backing away slightly to ease her obvious discomfort. I didn't mean to pry. She walked over towards the door, as if checking whether anyone might be approaching. Finding the hallway empty, she seemed to make a decision, her shoulders relaxing slightly after closing the door firmly. How much did you see? She asked bluntly. Just the specimens on the table, I replied. Thera's hand moved to one of the vine structures, her fingers gentle as they stroked a tendril that curled reflexively toward her touch. The gesture was surprisingly affectionate, like someone petting a favorite animal. What are they? Some kind of plant cultivation? I asked. They reminded me of the moving vines I've seen in the gardens here. Unauthorized use. This story is on Amazon without permission from the author. Report any sightings. Thera bit her lower lip, studying me intently as if trying to read my thoughts. After a long moment, she sighed and rubbed the bridge of her nose beneath her spectacles. Do you know why I have no proper candidates assigned to me? She asked suddenly. The abrupt change of subject caught me off guard. I assumed it was because you're younger than the other masters, I ventured. Or perhaps because they needed someone to instruct the unexpected addition. I gestured to myself with a self-deprecating smile. She shook her head. It's because the elders don't fully trust me. I'm given the leftovers, the afterthoughts. There was no bitterness in her voice, just matter-of-fact acknowledgement. And now you, the mysterious village boy with extraordinary resonance. I maintained my innocent expression despite the flicker of suspicion her words provoked. Was my assignment to her deliberate? A way to keep the suspicious newcomer under observation by someone already considered compromised. Why wouldn't they trust you? I asked, keeping my tone light. You seem knowledgeable and dedicated. Thara hesitated, her fingers drumming nervously on the edge of the research table. The vine specimens nearest her hand twitched in response to her proximity, as if sensing her presence. I watched their movement with fascination. They seemed more responsive than ordinary plants but less autonomous than YGGY. What I'm about to tell you is complicated, she finally said, her voice dropping to just above a whisper, and potentially dangerous for both of us. I nodded, projecting attentiveness and trustworthiness. She drew a deep breath. I'm trying to create a hybrid being, she confessed, gesturing toward the vine specimens. A fusion of red sun and blue sun energies in perfect balance. My eyes widened slightly, not in feigned surprise, but genuine interest. What she was describing was exactly what YGGY had become, a hybrid entity synthesizing both cultivation systems. The fact that Professor Thara was independently pursuing the same research as Elder Malric was fascinating, and unlikely to be coincidental. Is that allowed? I asked carefully, though I already knew the answer. The militantly dogmatic faction that dominated both academies would never approve of such work. Thara laughed, a short, humorless sound. Absolutely not. If word got out, I'd be facing charges of heresy at minimum, possibly worse. She adjusted her spectacles nervously. The orthodox view holds that the two suns are fundamentally opposed. Light versus darkness, purity versus corruption. Attempting to merge them is considered both foolish and dangerous. You should probably do a better job of hiding it, then, I suggested with a small smile. Leaving your door unlocked while conducting forbidden experiments isn't exactly discreet. To my surprise, she returned the smile, some of the tension leaving her shoulders. You're taking this rather well. I expected moral outrage, especially given your background. Didn't skybound raiders destroy your village? They did, I confirmed, allowing a shadow to cross my face as befitted the trauma Tomas would have experienced. But I've come to realize that not everyone who channels red sun energy is evil, just as not everyone blessed by the blue sun is necessarily good. Her eyebrows rose in surprise. That's an unusually nuanced perspective for someone raised in the outer villages. I shrugged. My journey with Lady Leyland has been educational. I've seen the politics at play even within the Blue Sun faction. Some hate the skybound with religious fervor, some advocate for cautious peace, and others. I paused, watching her reaction carefully. Others whisper of reunification, of returning to what once was. Thara's expression transformed with a mix of surprise and relief. She took a step closer, lowering her voice further. You've been paying attention, she said, appraising me with newfound respect. Yes, there are factions within the academy, as within all institutions. The purifiers, the diplomats, and the reunificationists. Most outsiders only ever see the purifiers, as they're the loudest and most politically dominant. And you're with the reunificationists. I guessed, though it wasn't really a guess. Her experiments made her alignment clear. She nodded slowly. The pro-peace faction, yes, though that label oversimplifies a complex philosophy. She gestured toward her experimental specimens. We believe that the division of the suns was a historical mistake, a desperate measure taken during a crisis that's been perpetuated through dogma and fear. The evidence suggests that harmony, not opposition, is our true heritage. How would you even create such a hybrid? You'd need access to both energies, wouldn't you? And I'm assuming the Academy doesn't keep reserves of red sun energy for experimentation. Thara blushed suddenly, a rosy tint spreading across her cheeks. Her hand moved to adjust her spectacles again. A nervous habit? I'd noticed, and she seemed to be battling with herself over how much to reveal. I've completed most of the preparatory work, she admitted after a lengthy pause. The framework, the cultivation base, the spiritual pathways are all in place. What remains is the final integration, the infusion of red sun energy to complete the balance. And how do you plan to accomplish that? I pressed gently. Surely you're not planning to kidnap a skybound practitioner? The question, intended as a joke, caused her to laugh. Heavens, no. Nothing so dramatic. Her expression softened, a fond smile playing at her lips. I know someone from the Red Sun Academy. The only logical conclusion was that she was referring to Elder Malric, but I needed to hear her confirm it. You have a contact at the Red Sun Academy? I asked, infusing my voice with appropriate astonishment. Who? Her expression became guarded again. What I'm about to tell you is known in fragments by the Academy elders, but even they don't know the complete story. She studied my face intently. Can I trust you, Tomas? This isn't just my secret to protect. I found myself genuinely surprised by her willingness to confide in me. We'd known each other for mere hours, and already she was contemplating sharing what sounded like dangerous secrets. Why would she trust you so readily? Azure's voice echoed in my mind, equally puzzled. I suspect it has something to do with Tomas' face, I replied silently. Look at it sometime. The original owner had the most guileless, innocent expression imaginable. It practically screams, trustworthy. Or perhaps she's desperate for someone to confide in, Azure suggested. Isolated by her unorthodox research, with no one to share her true passions with. Both were plausible explanations, and neither negated the opportunity this presented. Whatever her reasons, Thuraw's trust could provide valuable insights I wouldn't otherwise access. You have my word, I told her, maintaining eye contact to reinforce my sincerity. I won't share anything you tell me. Thuraw took a deep breath, then gestured for me to sit on a bench near the back of the laboratory, away from the door. I complied, sensing we were about to venture into sensitive territory. Several years ago, shortly after I advanced to rank 4, I was sent on a mission to collect rare cultivation resources from the neutral territories, she began. It was supposed to be routine. I was with a group, and we were well within the Blue Sun's sphere of influence. The laboratory seemed to fade around us as she continued her tale, her words painting vivid images in my mind. We were ambushed on the third day, not by ordinary raiders but by a coordinated skybound attack. My group fought bravely, but she closed her eyes briefly. None survived. I was taken captive. I nodded somberly, though inwardly, my mind was racing. If my suspicions were correct, this story would lead directly to Elder Malric, connecting more pieces of this world's puzzle. I was certain I would be tortured for information, then killed or worse. The stories about skybound experimentation on captives were horrific. She shuddered slightly. I was blindfolded and transported to what I later learned was a hidden research facility, deep in the contested territories. When they finally removed my blindfold, I found myself not in a dungeon, but in a laboratory. Her expression softened unexpectedly, and facing not a monster, but an elderly man with the most fascinating eyes. They contained so much passion. He was disheveled, distracted, talking to himself as he scribbled notes. Sounded like Elder Malric to me. I had vivid memories of him casually mentioning past acquisitions of Lightweavers for his research. He had even tried to convince me to help capture more, suggesting I act as bait, an idea I had politely but firmly declined. He barely seemed to notice me at first, Thuraw continued, a small smile playing at her lips. Then he looked up and said, "Ah, perfect timing. Hold this," and handed me a runic stabilizer without the slightest concern that I might use it as a weapon or try to escape. I chuckled, the behavior so perfectly aligned with what I knew of the Elder. That seems unusual for a skybound Elder. He was unlike anyone I'd ever met, she agreed. I later learned he was a rank 7 skybound master, one of their inner circle, yet he treated me not as an enemy or prisoner, but as a research assistant from the very beginning. What did he want from you? I asked, though I could already guess. That was the strangest part. He simply wanted help with his experiments. and someone to talk to. She lowered her voice to a whisper. The only thing he demanded was that I listen to his theories about dual cultivation and the true nature of the suns. For hours sometimes while we worked. Beneath Elder Malric's manic energy and occasional moral flexibility lay a profoundly lonely man. The other skybound elders tolerated him for his genius but rarely engaged with him beyond what was necessary. I had been one of the few who actually listened to his rambling theories, finding genuine fascination in the unorthodox paths his mind traveled. "And you weren't mistreated?" I asked carefully. Thera shook her head firmly. "Never. He was eccentric, absolutely, but never cruel. He provided comfortable quarters, access to books, even some restricted Blue Sun texts he'd somehow acquired. He seemed genuinely interested in my perspective on his work." "His work being?" I gestured toward the vine specimens. "Yes, though his research was far more advanced than mine is now. He believed that the division between the suns was artificial, that they were once a single golden source of power that was fractured during some ancient catastrophe." Her eyes lit up with passion. "He had evidence, fragments of pre-sundering texts, anomalous energy readings from certain sacred sites, even theoretical models of cultivation that predated the current runic and manifestation systems." I nodded thoughtfully, storing this valuable information. So Elder Malric had been researching the original Golden Sun long before my arrival. Perhaps in my next visit to the Red Sun Academy, I could figure out exactly what the Elder had discovered. This story has been stolen from Royal Road. If you read it on Amazon, please report it. The more we worked together, the more I found myself drawn to his mission. Thera continued, a faint blush coloring her cheeks again. To him, he taught me things about the suns that contradicted everything I'd been raised to believe, yet made perfect, elegant sense when viewed objectively. My eyebrows lifted slightly as I realized where this was going. "You fell in love with him?" I stated rather than asked. Her blush deepened, and she looked away. "It sounds ridiculous, doesn't it?" She sighed. "He never treated me as inferior or as property. We were colleagues, exploring forbidden knowledge together, united against the dogma that kept our peoples divided. Star-crossed lovers," I murmured, the phrase slipping out naturally. She laughed softly. "I suppose so, though it was rather one-sided. He never noticed my feelings, despite what I thought were obvious hints. I spent months in his laboratory, working side by side, sharing meals, debating theoretical frameworks until the early hours." "What happened?" I prompted when she fell silent, lost in memories. "I finally gathered my courage and told him directly," she said, wincing slightly at the memory. I'd never seen an elder look terrified before that day. I could barely suppress a smile, imagining Elder Malric's panicked reaction. The brilliant but socially oblivious researcher suddenly confronted with romantic feelings he had no idea how to handle. It was so perfectly in character. He stammered something incomprehensible, then suddenly remembered an urgent matter that required his immediate attention. Thera shook her head, a mixture of fondness and regret in her expression. The next day, he asked me to help him test a new device, something designed to store Blue Sun energy for later integration with Red Sun energy. He'd created a storage mechanism? I asked, genuinely impressed. Such technology would be invaluable for dual cultivation experiments. She nodded. An extraordinary breakthrough. All he needed was for a light weaver to channel energy into it. I did so willingly, of course. And then, she frowned. My next memory is waking up at the edge of Academy territory, with the device gone and a large pouch of crystals beside me. He sent you away, I stated, understanding the elder's actions. He had likely panicked at her confession, decided the situation had become too complicated, and returned her to her people, albeit with unexpected kindness in providing resources. Yes, I never saw him again, she said quietly. The official story is that I escaped during a moment of carelessness on my captor's part. The elders were suspicious, especially given the length of my absence, but they could find no evidence of collaboration or corruption. So, they assigned you to teaching rather than research, I surmised. keeping you at arm's length from sensitive projects. Precisely. Thara's expression brightened suddenly, turning almost zealous. But I've continued our work in secret. If I can complete this project, create a true hybrid being that harmoniously channels both energies, I can prove that his theories were correct. I can show him, when we meet again, that I carried our research forward. The intensity in her eyes was concerning. She clearly believed they would reunite someday, that her achievements would somehow win his approval or his heart. I remained silent, unwilling to crush her hopes by revealing that Elder Malric had already succeeded where she was still struggling. That YGGY existed, a living proof of concept for their shared theories. Master, Azure spoke in my mind, his tone puzzled. Her behavior seems highly irrational. She was kidnapped, used for her energy, then abandoned, yet she desires to reunite with her captor? I cannot process the logic of this response. It's called Stockholm Syndrome, I explained silently, a psychological condition where captives develop positive feelings, even love, toward their captors. It's not logical, but human emotions rarely are. Fascinating and concerning, Azure replied. Human attachment processes continue to defy straightforward analysis. I refocused on Thara, who was watching me expectantly, perhaps waiting for judgment or ridicule. Instead, I offered her a small smile of understanding. Thank you for trusting me with your story, I said. I understand why this research means so much to you now. Relief washed over her face. You don't think I'm mad? Or a traitor to the Academy? I shook my head. I think you're someone who saw beyond the artificial boundaries that divide this world's cultivation systems. That takes courage, not madness. My words were sincere, despite the layers of deception that surrounded my presence here. I genuinely admired her willingness to look beyond the dogma she'd been raised with, a quality rare in any cultivation world, where tradition often calcified into unquestionable law. Besides, I added, I've seen enough of both sides now to know that neither has a monopoly on truth or on cruelty. There are good and bad people in both academies, just as there are in any village or city. You're remarkably philosophical for someone so young. Most village boys your age would still be parroting whatever views they were raised with. I shrugged, mentally cursing my slip into a perspective that might seem too mature for my supposed background. When you watch your entire village burn, it forces you to reconsider many things. She nodded, accepting this explanation. Trauma often brings clarity, painful though it may be. She stood, straightening her robes. Well, that's quite enough about me and my complicated past. We should continue with your lesson. The abrupt change of subject caught me slightly off guard, but I welcomed the return to my ostensible purpose here. What's next in my training? Thara smiled, her eyes crinkling behind her spectacles. I can tell you're eager to get started with painting, but the Saint selection won't actually be testing your artistic skills. She adjusted her glasses with her index finger. It will only test your ability to absorb the blue sun's energy. I hadn't given much thought to what the selection would entail. Between creating my cerulean vein and discovering Thara's connection to Elder Malric, the actual mechanics of the selection had fallen by the wayside. What exactly happens during this test? I asked, deciding this was a perfect opportunity to gather some intelligence. If I was being forced to participate in this competition, I might as well understand the rules of the game. Thara gestured for me to follow her to a small seating area near the window of her laboratory. The test is quite simple in concept, she explained, settling onto a cushioned stool. Each candidate will enter their own cubicle at the peak of the cerulean spire. From there, you'll meditate and attempt to absorb as much blue sun energy as you can manage. I nodded slowly, processing this information. It sounded straightforward enough, essentially a test of capacity rather than skill or technique. This might actually work in my favor. With the Genesis Seed's protection, I could potentially control exactly how much energy I absorbed. Is there a specific target amount we're supposed to reach? I asked. Thara shook her head, her expression growing more serious. No. You simply absorb until you can't anymore. She leaned forward slightly, her voice dropping. I should warn you, Tomas. Some candidates overexert themselves and end up burning from the inside out. I winced. That sounds unpleasant. It is, she agreed grimly. I've seen it happen even in normal training. The blue sun's energy is pure, but it's also immensely powerful. And when concentrated at the spire, it can overwhelm even those born with strong resonance. How long do candidates usually last? And how long does the winner typically endure? Thara tilted her head, considering the question. It differs depending on the batch of candidates. Some years, the strongest might last several hours. Other times, barely 30 minutes. She paused, adjusting her spectacles again. But more importantly, there are rumors that time, or at least the perception of time, is distorted in the testing chambers. Distorted? I raised an eyebrow. How? The chambers are designed with special formations that affect how time feels to the occupant, she explained. Some say an hour inside feels like minutes, while others claim minutes stretch into days. It's deliberately designed this way so candidates can't calculate how long they've been there, forcing them to rely solely on their actual limits rather than endurance goals. I frowned inwardly. That threw a wrench in my plans. I'd hoped to simply count the time and cut myself off at some predetermined, respectable but not exceptional point. If I couldn't trust my own or Azure's perception of time, controlling my performance would be far more difficult. That seems unnecessarily cruel, I murmured, trying to mask my concern. Perhaps, Thara agreed with a slight shrug. But the position of Saint carries enormous responsibility. The test is as much about spiritual capacity as it is about mental discipline and self-awareness. She rose from her stool. Come, let me show you where you can practice. I followed her out of the laboratory and through a series of winding corridors. The Blue Sun Academy had a confusing layout, with wings and pavilions that seemed to follow no logical organizational principle. I suspected this was intentional, a subtle security measure that would make it difficult for intruders to navigate efficiently. After several minutes of walking, punctuated by Thara's occasional commentary on the buildings we passed, we arrived at a large, domed structure near the eastern edge of the academy grounds. Unlike the more ornate buildings in the central complex, this one was simple and functional, built of pale blue stone with minimal decoration. This is the aspirants' meditation hall, Thara explained as she pushed open the heavy doors. It's where candidates typically prepare in the days leading up to the selection. Inside, the hall opened into a vast circular chamber with a high, vaulted ceiling. The floor was arranged in concentric rings that stepped upward like an amphitheater, but instead of leading to a central stage, they rose toward the domed ceiling. Each ring contained meditation cushions spaced at regular intervals. I immediately understood the design. Just like the meditation platforms at the Red Sun Academy, this structure was built to bring practitioners closer to their celestial power source. The higher one meditated, the more direct and potent the connection to the blue sun. Near the top of the chamber, perhaps 30 rings up, a solitary figure sat in meditation. From this distance, I could make out only general details. A slender build, blonde hair, expensive-looking blue robes trimmed with silver. Another candidate? I asked, keeping my voice low to avoid disturbing the meditator. Thara nodded. Yes, that's Eric Lemonov, one of the favorites for this selection. He's been here since dawn most days. Interesting. My first glimpse of the competition. I made a mental note to observe him more closely when the opportunity arose. This will be your training ground for the next few days, Thara continued, gesturing around the chamber. The basic technique is simple. Assume a meditation posture, clear your mind, and channel the blue sun's energy into your cerulean vein. She demonstrated the hand position. Palms upward on the knees, index finger and thumb touching to form circles. Unlike red sun cultivation, which I understand relies on aggressive accumulation, blue sun meditation is about receptivity. You don't grasp at the energy, you welcome it. I nodded, already understanding the fundamental difference. As the energy enters you, Thara explained, direct it to flow through the pattern of your cerulean vein. The vein will naturally refine and store the energy. With each session, your capacity should increase, preparing you for the selection. If you stumble upon this narrative on Amazon, it's taken without the author's consent. Report it. She paused, glancing up at the lone figure meditating high above. I wouldn't recommend starting at the upper levels, though. Begin at the lower rings and work your way up gradually as your tolerance increases. After a few more instructions and a brief demonstration of proper breathing techniques, Thara checked her timepiece, a small crystal device. I should attend to my other duties, she said, moving toward the door. I wish you luck with your practice, Tomas. If you have any questions, you know where to find me. With that, she departed, leaving me alone in the vast meditation chamber. Well, alone aside from the distant figure of Eric Lemonov. That went well, Azure commented. We now have a better understanding of the selection, though the time distortion complicates matters. Indeed, I replied silently. I'll need a different strategy now, perhaps monitoring my energy levels directly rather than relying on time. This meditation hall provides an excellent opportunity to calibrate your absorption rate. I surveyed the concentric rings, considering where to position myself. Following Thara's advice would mean starting at the lowest levels, but that seemed unnecessarily cautious. After all, I'd already established my cerulean vein in record time, and the Genesis seed provided protection against energy overload. Still, drawing too much attention would be unwise. I decided on a middle path, not at the very bottom, which would seem too timid for someone with my demonstrated aptitude, but not near Eric either, which might appear challenging or provocative. I selected a spot about halfway up the chamber, roughly 15 rings from the floor. It was high enough to access substantial blue sun energy, but not so high as to suggest exceptional confidence or ambition. The cushion was surprisingly comfortable as I settled into the recommended meditation posture. I closed my eyes, regulated my breathing, and began to channel the blue sun energy into my cerulean vein. Almost immediately, I felt the pattern activate, appearing as a glowing signature on my forehead. Directing my awareness inward, I observed my inner world with interest. The canopy of the Genesis seed no longer sheltered the blue sun, as there was no need to hide it anymore. Free from constraint, the miniature blue sun floated proudly in the open space of my inner world, its azure light casting gentle shadows across the landscape. As the external blue sun energy flowed into me, the miniature version began to absorb it greedily. It pulsed rhythmically, growing steadily larger with each cycle of energy it consumed. Within minutes, it had swelled to twice its original size, its glow intensifying from pale azure to a deeper, more vibrant blue. The energy from the meditation hall was remarkably pure compared to what I'd encountered during the cerulean orb test, which had been more focused but also more invasive. The Academy must have spent centuries optimizing these formations, I commented to Azure. The energy flow is perfectly calibrated, strong enough to challenge adepts but not overwhelming enough to cause damage. Indeed, Azure replied. The engineering principles underlying this chamber are quite sophisticated. The concentric design creates a logarithmic increase in energy density with each ascending ring, while the dome shape acts as a focus to channel the blue sun's rays directly to the meditation spots. As the blue sun continued to grow, something unexpected happened. Rather than challenging the Genesis seed as the red sun had done, the swollen blue sun drifted toward the canopy under which the red sun and the baby star remained hidden. What is it doing? I wondered, watching with fascination. The blue sun was emitting pulses of energy in a distinct pattern, almost like speech, but conveyed through light rather than sound. Is it preaching? Azure asked, sounding as bemused as I felt. The Genesis seed remained characteristically unbothered. It acknowledged the blue sun's presence with the spiritual equivalent of a polite nod before returning to its usual activities. The red sun, however, was clearly agitated. It cowered behind one of the Genesis seed's larger roots, peeking out with what I could only describe as wary defiance. It seemed to simultaneously fear the blue sun, which now dwarfed it in size, and resent its authority. Occasionally it would flare slightly, as if working up the courage to challenge the interloper, only to shrink back when the blue sun pulsed particularly strongly. Most amusing was the baby star's reaction. The tiny golden spark bobbed enthusiastically, circling the blue sun with clear admiration. It reminded me of a puppy trying to get the attention of a dignified older dog. The blue sun tolerated this attention with what seemed like benevolent patience, occasionally sending gentle pulses of light toward the excited little star. "This is certainly new behavior," I commented to Azure. "I never thought I'd see one sun trying to convert the others." "The blue sun appears to have a much stronger sense of self-importance than the red," Azure noted. "The red sun focuses on raw power and dominance, attempting to challenge anything it perceives as stronger. The blue sun seems more evangelical. It wants to bring everything into its philosophical framework." I smiled, not entirely surprised. Reflecting their respective cultivators, perhaps? The skybound forcing their will through power, the light weavers spreading their truth through conversion. "And the baby star just wants to be friends with everyone," Azure replied. "The golden spark had always been the most innocent presence in my inner world, untainted by the factional biases of this realm. After allowing this spiritual drama to play out for a while longer, I decided I'd absorbed enough energy for my first session. The blue sun had grown significantly, roughly 3 times its original size. Its preaching complete, it retreated to float peacefully in the northeast quadrant of my inner world, seeming quite satisfied with itself. I slowly opened my eyes, returning my awareness to the physical world. As my vision focused, I was surprised to find the golden-haired candidate, Eric, watching me with undisguised interest. "You have remarkable control for a beginner," he murmured, his voice carrying the refined accent of academy nobility. His meditation completed, he now stood nearby, studying me with those piercing blue eyes. I unfolded my legs, standing to face him properly. "Thank you," I replied, maintaining my humble village persona. "Though I'm still learning." "Eric Lemonov." He introduced himself with a slight bow, formal but not deferential. "House Lemonov." I returned the bow. "Tomas, formerly of Porvale Village." A smile touched his lips. "Yes, I've heard. The village boy chosen by the cerulean orb." His tone held curiosity rather than condescension. "The Academy hasn't seen such an unconventional candidate in decades." "I'm still not entirely sure how it happened," I admitted, which wasn't entirely untrue. The orb's reaction to my deliberately released blue sun energy had been far more dramatic than I'd intended. Eric studied me for a moment longer. "The orb doesn't make mistakes," he said finally. "If it recognized your resonance, then you belong among the candidates, regardless of birth or training." I was surprised by his acceptance. Most nobles I'd encountered in cultivation worlds tended to guard their status jealously, viewing outsiders as threats or inferiors. "That's quite open-minded of you," he shrugged. "The blue sun shines on commoner and noble alike. Only those who can truly hear its music are called to serve as its voice." His expression turned suddenly chagrined. "Oh, I've completely forgotten we're expected at the formal dinner tonight. All candidates will be present." "Dinner?" I echoed, having completely forgotten about it. "The pre-selection feast," Eric explained. "It's tradition for all candidates to dine together the evening before the selection. Elder Soren should have mentioned it when you arrived." He frowned slightly. "Though perhaps in the excitement of your unusual arrival, it was overlooked." "I appreciate you reminding me," I said, "but I think they forgot to tell me where it is." "The Grand Pavilion, Sunset," he replied. "Wear your formal robes, the blue ones with silver trim that should have been provided in your quarters." I nodded, making a mental note to locate these robes I hadn't yet discovered. "Until then," Eric said with another slight bow before turning to leave. "Until then," I echoed, watching him go. An interesting encounter, not what I'd expected from my supposed competition. As I made my way back to my pavilion, I pondered what I'd learned about the selection. A test of pure absorption capacity seemed straightforward, but the distorted time perception complicated things. I'd need to develop a strategy that didn't rely on precise timing. The Grand Pavilion lived up to its name. Soaring blue crystal columns supported a domed ceiling that seemed to capture the rays of the blue sun, creating an ethereal glow throughout the chamber. 6 places had been set at the circular table, each marked with an elegant nameplate. Mine, I noted with some amusement, simply read Tomas, while the others bore full titles and family names. I arrived precisely at sunset as instructed, wearing the formal blue robes with silver trim that had indeed been provided in my quarters. They were finer than anything Tomas had ever worn in his life, softer than silk yet somehow substantial. Eric was already present, engaged in polite conversation with an older student, perhaps in his late 20s, whose nameplate identified him as Lord Dorian Valaris, House Valaris. The contrast between them was striking. Where Eric was golden-haired and relaxed, Dorian was dark-haired and severe, with sharp features and calculating eyes that immediately assessed me as I entered. "Ah, our village prodigy arrives," Dorian remarked, his tone making it unclear whether this was a compliment or mockery. Eric nodded in greeting. "Tomas, welcome. You've met Lord Valaris." "I haven't had the pleasure," I replied with a small bow. Dorian didn't bother returning the gesture. "House Valaris has produced 3 saints in the last 5,000 years, he stated flatly. "My aunt is currently on the Elder Council." "That's impressive," I offered, unsure what response he expected. Before Dorian could continue his boasting, the pavilion doors opened again, and Lady Leyland entered. She wore formal robes of deep blue with silver and white accents, her hair arranged in an elegant style that emphasized her delicate features. "Good evening," she greeted everyone with a polite smile, her eyes lingering momentarily on me before she addressed the room. "I apologize if I'm late." "Not at all, Lady Varian," Eric replied warmly. "We're still awaiting 2 others." I noticed how Dorian straightened his posture as Leyland approached, his expression shifting to something more approachable, even charming. "Lady Varian, a pleasure as always. Please, allow me to." But Leyland had already moved toward the seat next to mine, settling there with a small nod of acknowledgement. "Tomas, I'm glad to see you've found your way. The Academy can be quite the maze for newcomers." Dorian's smile froze momentarily before he recovered, taking a seat across from us rather than his original position. "The Grand Pavilion is magnificent," I said to Leyland, genuinely impressed by the architecture. "Nothing in Portvale compares to this." She smiled. "It can be overwhelming at first. I remember my first visit to the Academy back when I was a child. I spent the entire day looking up at the ceilings instead of watching where I was going." Before our conversation could continue, the pavilion doors opened again and a short, muscular young man with a shaved head and multiple blue tattoos visible at his collar and wrists walked in. "Bren Hart," he announced gruffly, taking his seat without ceremony. "Stone Haven Monastery." From what little I could gather from the others, the monastery was located in the far northern territories, known for its ascetic practices and warrior monks who combined martial arts with light weaver techniques. They rarely sent candidates to the selection. The final candidate to arrive was a young woman perhaps my age, with honey blonde hair arranged in elaborate braids and green eyes. Unlike the others, who projected various degrees of solemnity, she practically bounced into the room. "Hello everyone," she beamed. "I'm Amira Dawn, House Dawn. So excited to meet you all. Especially you, Tomas. Everyone's talking about you. The village boy who stunned Elder Soren. Was it true the cerulean orb actually sang when you touched it? I heard it from one of the acolytes who was there." I blinked at the torrent of words. "It did make a sound," I admitted, "though I wouldn't call it singing exactly." "Still remarkable," she exclaimed, taking the seat beside Eric, her gaze darting between me and Leyland with obvious curiosity. "And Lady Varian, I heard you 2 traveled together. How fortunate that you both ended up as candidates." The dinner proceeded with the formal stiffness one might expect from a gathering of competitors before such a life-changing event. Servants brought course after course of exquisite food, blue-tinged bread that tasted of moonlight, fish that seemed to glow from within, fruits I'd never even encountered before. The conversation drifted toward our respective training methods, with each candidate carefully avoiding specifics while trying to gauge the other's capabilities. House Dawn has always favored song as our medium, Amira offered cheerfully. My mother says I started humming melodies before I could talk. Bren snorted. Too much noise. At Stonehaven, we train the body and spirit together. Channeling happens through motion and stillness in perfect balance. House Valaris has always excelled at painting, Dorian stated proudly. Our family gallery contains works created by 5 generations of lightweavers. My grandfather's masterwork still actively purifies the entire eastern wing of our estate. And what method do you favor, Lady Varian? Amira asked, turning those inquisitive eyes on Leyland. My family has traditionally practiced calligraphy, Leyland replied with a modest smile. The discipline of the brush helps focus the mind. An excellent tradition, Dorian said, leaning forward slightly. I've heard the Varian ancestral scripts were once renowned throughout the Eastern Territories. I caught the slight tightening around Leyland's eyes at his use of were. House Varian's decline was apparently a sensitive topic. And what method do you favor, Tomas? Amira asked, turning to me. Professor Thura hasn't started teaching me any specific techniques yet, but I chose painting. Thura. Dorian's eyebrows rose. They assigned you to that eccentric? Interesting choice. I find her to be an excellent teacher, I replied evenly. You share a medium with Lord Valaris, then? Leyland observed. Perhaps you two have more in common than might first appear. Dorian's expression suggested he found the comparison distasteful, but he masked it quickly. Perhaps, though there's quite a difference between decades of family tradition and recent introduction. The conversation continued in this vein throughout dinner, polite on the surface but layered with subtle assessments and occasional barbs. I noticed how Dorian continually tried to engage Leyland in private conversation, only to be thwarted by her polite but firm redirection to include the entire table. It seems Lord Valaris has a particular interest in House Varian, I commented quietly to Leyland as the dessert course was served. She sighed softly. House Valaris has been pursuing an alliance with my family for generations. Their interest has only increased as our fortunes have waned. They see an opportunity to absorb what remains of our legacy, while the price is relatively low. That sounds calculating, I observed. It's simply how noble politics work, she replied, a hint of sadness in her voice. My grandmother used to say that in the Blue Sun territories, marriages are arranged with the same precision as military campaigns. And what do you think of such arrangements? I asked, genuinely curious. She glanced at me with a slight smile. I think there's wisdom in looking beyond bloodlines and ancient names. The Blue Sun's light shines equally on all, but not all have eyes to see it properly. After dinner concluded with traditional blessings from an academy elder, the candidates began to disperse to their respective quarters. Dorian made one final attempt to secure Leyland's company, offering to escort her to her pavilion, but she declined politely. Actually, Tomas and I have some catching up to do, she said smoothly. We'll walk together. Dorian's expression darkened momentarily before he mastered it. Of course. Until tomorrow, then, Lady Varian. He bowed formally before departing, casting a final appraising look at me that held neither warmth nor goodwill. That wasn't entirely necessary, I said as Leyland and I stepped into the garden path that connected the pavilions. I don't wish to make enemies before the selection even begins. Lord Valaris would consider you an enemy regardless, she replied pragmatically. You represent something he cannot comprehend. Merit without lineage. It challenges his entire worldview. That sounded about right. He did seem to have some personal vendetta against me. Any ideas on which one of them tried to assassinate you? I asked, choosing to change the subject. Leyland was quiet for a moment before she finally shook her head. Too difficult to determine. It's usually the one you suspect the least. She wasn't wrong. That is how these situations turned out. How are you faring with all this? Leyland asked. This must be overwhelming. The academy, the selection. competing against candidates who've trained their entire lives. I allowed some of my genuine uncertainty to show. It's been educational. Everyone has been surprisingly accommodating, given my unconventional background. To your face, perhaps, she said with a slight smile. I've heard whispers in the corridors. Some are outraged that a villager would dare compete for sainthood, while others see your selection by the orb as proof that the Blue Sun's favor transcends human hierarchies. Well, there's nothing much I can do about that, I shrugged. When we reached my pavilion, Leyland hesitated. Whatever happens at the selection, she said earnestly, know that meeting you has been significant to me, Tomas. In a world of carefully calculated alliances and ancient grudges, finding someone who sees beyond those constraints is rare. She reached out impulsively and squeezed my hand, her touch lingering perhaps a moment longer than propriety would suggest. I should return to my quarters, she said, withdrawing her hand, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. The hour grows late, and we all need rest before tomorrow's preparations. If you encounter this tale on Amazon, note that it's taken without the author's consent. Report it. I entered my pavilion and began to prepare for bed. That was until Azure informed me of what he got up to throughout the evening. Master, I've taken the liberty of creating comprehensive profiles of your competition. Is that really necessary? I replied. I already have a good sense of them. You were busy playing the humble villager and managing Dorian's glares, Azure countered. I had nothing better to do during dinner than analyze everyone. Thought you might appreciate a second perspective. Go on then, let's see these profiles of yours. Azure's Candidate Analysis, Selection Edition. 1. Eric Lemonov. Class, Privileged Noble with Actual Manners. Faction, probably moderate Blue Sun Traditionalist. Combat Style, Painting, my guess. Special ability, being wealthy without being a complete ass about it. Analysis. Either this guy is genuinely kind despite being born with a silver spoon, or he's playing a very long game. Servants practically trip over themselves to help him, so his family clearly has pull. Doesn't seem overly desperate to win, nor is he doing that false modesty thing nobles love. Hard to get a read on him precisely because he seems straightforward, which makes him dangerous. Genuine people are unpredictable. Recommendation. Keep him at arm's length. Nice people have this annoying habit of making you care about them, which complicates things when you're lying about your entire existence. 2. Dorian Valaris. Class, Walking Noble Stereotype. Faction, Hardcore Blue Sun Traditionalist, probably burns heretics for fun. Combat Style, Painting, supposedly from a distinguished lineage. Special ability, making everything about his family's achievements. Analysis. If you looked up entitled nobleman in a dictionary, you'd find this guy's portrait. Selection is his birthright because his gray-tant's cousin's dog once sniffed a former saint. Never misses a chance to remind everyone of the social hierarchy with him firmly at the top. Spent dinner mentally undressing Leyland while verbally undressing his family tree. Recommendation. Easy to manipulate. Just tell him his hair looks nice and that you've heard wonderful things about House Valaris. Then watch him preen while you do whatever you want in the background. 3. Lady Leyland Varian. Class, Declining Noble with Actual Substance. Faction, one of those reunificationist types. Combat Style, Calligraphy. Special ability, Grace under financial pressure. Analysis. Actually intelligent and emotionally aware, which makes her a unicorn among nobles. Speaks like she means what she says, which is confusing and refreshing. Never mentioned her family's glory days or current troubles. Unlike some people, looking at you, Dorian, seems genuinely interested in you, which is either a clever ploy or actual attraction. Both are complicated in different ways. Recommendation. Caution advised. She could be a valuable ally, but there's the whole, she's developing feelings for someone who doesn't actually exist problem. Also, you might be developing feelings back, which is a whole other mess I'm not equipped to handle. 4. Bren Hart. Class, Warrior Monk. Faction, Stone Haven Monastery, those mountain hermits. Combat style. Punching things, probably. Special ability. Converting complex thoughts into grunts. Analysis. About as comfortable at a formal dinner as a fish in a tree. Ate like someone might steal his food if he slowed down. Hands look like he breaks rocks for fun. Definitely hasn't spent much time in polite society, which might be refreshing if he bothered to speak more than 3 words at a time. Recommendation. Avoid any physical confrontation. In conversation, just nod occasionally and he'll think you're having a great chat. 5 Mira Dawn. Class. Deceptive extrovert. Faction. House Dawn. Moderates with good PR. Combat style. Singing, apparently. Special ability. Getting you to tell your life story while revealing nothing about herself. Analysis. Don't let the bubbly personality fool you. She's sharper than she lets on. All those excited questions? She gathered more information about everyone else while sharing almost nothing about herself. Classic intelligence gathering disguised as friendly chatter. Recommendation. Watch what you say around her. She's cataloging everything for later use. Those who appear harmless rarely are. I stared at the analysis for several long moments before bursting out laughing. Special ability. Making everything about his family's achievements? Quoted. And you counted how many times Dorian stared at Leyland during dinner? 42 times in 94 minutes. Azure confirmed. Though 3 of those might have been him admiring his own reflection in her wine glass. I snorted, then quickly composed myself. And Bren's special ability is converting complex thoughts into grunts? Tell me I'm wrong, Azure challenged. You're not wrong, I admitted. That's what makes it funny. I didn't realize you had such strong opinions about everyone. I observe, I analyze, I judge, Azure said simply. There's really not much else for me to do until your inner world is more developed. I shook my head, but found I was still smiling. Your analysis isn't wrong, you know, though perhaps a bit harsh in places. I paused, thinking particularly about the assessment of Leyland. The complications you noted regarding Lady Varian, that's becoming increasingly relevant. It's a mess, Azure agreed, his tone shifting to something more serious. She's useful as an ally, certainly, but she's developing feelings for someone who doesn't exist. And you seem to be developing feelings back, which is problematic. In human terms, you're saying that feelings complicate things. Feelings always complicate things, Azure said. That's practically their purpose. I agree, I sighed, closing my eyes. The next 2 days passed in a monotonous cycle of meditation and preparation. I spent most of my time in the aspirants' meditation hall, gradually working my way higher up the concentric rings as my supposed tolerance for blue sun energy increased. In reality, I was carefully calibrating exactly how much energy I could channel without drawing excessive attention. Between meditation sessions, I explored the academy grounds, particularly the library, hoping to find more specific information about the selection process. The public sections contained only vague references to the candidate whose vessel proves most worthy, and the Blue Sun's divine judgment. Unfortunately, I had no luck gaining access to the restricted section, no surprise there. Professor Thera was similarly unhelpful, though I suspected this was due to lack of knowledge rather than deliberate obfuscation. As someone not directly involved in the selection's inner workings, she could only repeat the same general information available in the Academy's public materials. The selection is ultimately a mystery, she explained during our final preparation session. Deliberately so. If candidates knew exactly what to expect, they might train specifically for those parameters rather than developing true resonance with the Blue Sun. But surely there are records from previous selections? Pressed. Statistics? Observations? Patterns? She adjusted her spectacles. Any such records would be restricted to the elders and current saint only. The selection is considered sacred, the Blue Sun's direct intervention in choosing its voice among humanity. Great. So, I'd be going in blind, with no clear strategy beyond trying to control my energy absorption. What troubled me most was the memory of the cerulean orb's reaction. I had intended to release just enough Blue Sun energy to register a modest positive response, But instead, the orb had latched onto my inner world's blue sun and actively drawn out far more energy than I'd meant to reveal. If the selection involved a similar mechanism, some way for the blue sun to directly interface with a candidate's inner energy, then controlling my performance might prove impossible. Being selected as saint would be disastrous. It would place me under constant scrutiny from the highest levels of the blue sun hierarchy, including Cal, the time-looping rank 8 Lightweaver, who would immediately recognize me as an anomaly in his carefully monitored timeline. On the morning of the selection, I performed a final meditation session, then bathed and dressed in the ceremonial robes that had been delivered the previous evening. The garments were magnificent, deepest blue with silver and white embroidery, depicting the phases of this world's moons circling around abstract representations of the blue sun. The fabric seemed to capture and amplify even the faintest light, giving the impression that the wearer was surrounded by a subtle aura. As I fastened the final clasp, a soft knock sounded at my door. "Candidate Tomas," came the voice of an acolyte. "The hour approaches. All candidates are to assemble at the base of the entrance to the cerulean spire." I took a deep breath, centering myself. Whatever happened today, I was as prepared as I could be. "I'm ready," I called back, though I was anything but. Opening the door, I stepped into the cool morning air and made my way to where the other 5 candidates were already gathering, their faces showing varying degrees of nervousness, excitement, and determination. Today, one of us would be chosen as saint. I desperately hoped it wouldn't be me. The 6 of us stood in silence before the entrance to the cerulean spire, our ceremonial robes billowing gently in the breeze. The spire itself was breathtaking. A massive crystalline structure that stretched impossibly high into the sky, its azure surface capturing and refracting the blue sun's rays in hypnotic patterns. It wasn't just tall. It was unnaturally slender, defying the normal laws of architecture and gravity, tapering to a needle-like point that seemed to pierce the heavens themselves. I studied my fellow candidates. Eric Lemonov stood with perfect posture, his golden hair catching the early light. Unlike the nervous energy radiating from the others, he projected a serene confidence, as if he were merely attending a social function rather than a life-altering trial. Next to him, Dorian Valaris made a show of adjusting his immaculate robes, which were adorned with far more elaborate embroidery than the standard ceremonial garments provided to us. Trust a noble to find a way to flaunt status even when everyone was supposed to be dressed identically. "Custom robes," I heard Amira whisper to him with a hint of amusement. "Isn't that against tradition?" "Family privilege," Dorian replied without a trace of embarrassment. "House Valaris candidates have worn these for 17 generations during selection." Amira rolled her eyes behind his back, then caught me watching and gave me a wink. Her honey-blonde braids were woven with tiny azure crystals today, creating the impression of a starry night sky whenever she moved her head. Bren was stone-faced as usual, his muscular frame rigid like a coiled spring. And then there was Leyland, looking simultaneously regal and vulnerable in her ceremonial robes. When our eyes met, she offered a small smile. "Feeling ready?" she asked, moving to stand beside me. "As ready as I can be," I replied honestly, "though I'm still not entirely sure what to expect." "None of us are," she said softly. "That's part of the test, I think, facing the unknown." My gaze traveled up the spire, the peak disappearing into the heavens. "Makes you wonder if anyone's ever tried climbing it from the outside," I murmured. Eric chuckled softly beside me. "Legend says 3 foolhardy initiates tried exactly that about 800 years ago. They made it halfway before the defense formations activated." "What happened to them?" I asked, genuinely curious. "The story varies depending on who tells it," he replied. "The official version is that they were simply teleported back to the ground with a stern warning. The version told in student dormitories claims they were transformed into the crystal birds that circle the spire." I glanced up, noticing for the first time the small, blue-tinged avian shapes wheeling around the tower's upper reaches. "That seems excessive." "Welcome, candidates, to the cerulean spire." Elder Soren's voice interrupted our conversation as he approached, flanked by 2 silent attendants in silver and blue. For hundreds of thousands of years, the selection has taken place within this sacred structure, he continued. It is here, at the point closest to the blue sun's grace, that the worthiness of candidates is measured and the saint is chosen. He gestured toward the doorway before us. It was deceptively simple, a tall archway carved from the same blue crystal as the rest of the spire, with no visible door or barrier. Inside was only darkness, giving no hint as to what lay beyond. If you find this story on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen. Please report the infringement. This humble gate is the only entrance to the cerulean spire, which otherwise remains inaccessible to mortal means. The spire itself exists in a state of celestial proximity, physically closer to the blue sun than any other structure in our world. A small murmur of excitement passed through the candidates. Even Bren, typically stoic, shifted his weight forward with interest. The test is simple, Elder Soren continued. Each of you will enter the archway, which will transport you directly to your individual testing chamber within the spire. There, you will absorb the blue sun's energy for as long as you are able to endure it. The elder's gaze swept across us. When you reach your limit, and all of you will reach a limit, you may place your hand upon the formation panel beside the door. This will signal your withdrawal from the test and return you safely to the base of the spire. How will you determine the winner? Dorian asked, his chin raised slightly. Is it simply a matter of endurance? Elder Soren's expression remained impassive. The blue sun itself will determine its chosen vessel. While duration is one factor, it is not the only consideration. The quality of resonance, the purity of intention, the depth of understanding, all these matter to the first light. And if we choose not to stop? Bren's gruff voice broke his usual silence. If we push beyond our limits? The elder's eyes hardened slightly. Then you risk spiritual immolation. The blue sun's energy, when concentrated as it is within the spire, can overwhelm and consume those who lack the wisdom to recognize their boundaries. He paused. We have lost candidates in the past to such hubris. I would strongly advise against it. A tense silence followed his words. I glanced at Leyland, who had gone slightly pale. The elder continued. There is no shame in recognizing your limits. Many great lightweavers have served the order without becoming saint. This last part was delivered with a significant look at me, as if to say that a village boy should be particularly mindful of the exit option. Will we be able to see how the others are faring? Amira asked. The elder shook his head. Each chamber is completely isolated. You will neither see nor sense the other candidates. This ensures that your focus remains entirely on your own communion with the blue sun. He paused. I should also mention that your perception of time may vary within the chambers. So Thera was correct, we really wouldn't know how long we'd been in there. I believe that covers the essentials, Elder Soren concluded. We will proceed in alphabetical order by given name. Amira Dawn, please step forward. Amira took a deep breath, squared her shoulders, and approached the crystalline archway. She hesitated for just a moment, then stepped through and vanished. The darkness within the arch remained unchanged, giving no indication that anyone had just passed through it. Eric Lemonov, the elder called next. Eric gave a small bow to the rest of us. Good luck, he said simply, then walked into the portal and disappeared like a mirror before him. Bren Hart. The monk nodded once, strode to the entrance without hesitation, and was gone in an instant. Dorian Valaris. Dorian straightened his already perfect robes, flashed a smugly confident smile at Leyland, and entered the portal. Leyland Varian. As she moved toward the archway, Leyland paused beside me. Good luck, she said softly, briefly touching my arm, then walked through the portal before I could respond. Tomas, Elder Soren announced finally, though there was no one else left to inform. I approached the archway, my mind racing with last-minute calculations and contingencies. I had decided to aim for a middle-of-the-pack performance, absorb enough blue sun energy to show respectable talent, but not so much as to win or even place too highly. The ideal outcome would be to finish third or fourth out of 6, demonstrating enough ability to justify the Academy providing me their generous resources but without drawing unwanted attention. "One final word of advice," Elder Soren said as I stood before the portal. "Trust your instincts. The blue sun will guide you if you open yourself to its voice." I nodded politely, then stepped through the archway before he could offer any more cryptic spiritual guidance. The sensation was disorienting. A brief moment of weightlessness combined with a flash of blue light so intense it seemed to penetrate even through my closed eyelids. When the feeling subsided, I found myself in a circular chamber perhaps 15 feet in diameter, with walls, floor, and ceiling made of the same blue crystal as the exterior of the spire. The room was empty except for a simple meditation cushion in the center and a small, faintly glowing formation set into the wall near what appeared to be a door, the surrender option, presumably. There were no windows, but the entire chamber was filled with diffuse blue light that seemed to emanate from the crystal itself. "Well, this is cozy," I muttered, turning slowly to take in the sparse accommodations. "At least they provided a cushion," Azure commented dryly. "Thoughtful of them." I had barely completed my inspection when a subtle vibration ran through the floor beneath my feet. A moment later, the light in the chamber intensified dramatically, and I felt a powerful wave of blue sun energy pour into the room from all directions. The selection had begun. Amira Dawn, A Song of Secrets. The blue light engulfed Amira as she stepped through the archway. For a moment, it felt like being suspended in water, weightless, directionless, surrounded by an endless azure glow. Then, with a gentle thud, her feet touched solid ground. She blinked, adjusting to the crystalline chamber that would determine her fate. The circular room pulsed with soft blue light, seemingly alive with the energy of the sun it channeled. In the center lay a simple meditation cushion, and along the wall, a faintly glowing formation marked the exit. The surrender point. "Well, this is it," she whispered to herself. Amira walked over to the cushion, arranging her ceremonial robes as she sat. She closed her eyes, took 3 centering breaths, and began to sing. Singing had always been Amira's connection to the blue sun. Where others painted or wrote or sculpted, she channeled its energy through melody. The technique was becoming rare these days, practiced by only a handful of families, with House Dawn being its most prominent proponents. Her voice started soft, a simple, haunting tune without words. The song was one her grandfather had taught her when she was just 5 years old, his patient hands guiding hers as they traced the musical notations in the air. As her voice filled the chamber, the walls seemed to respond, resonating with her notes, amplifying them and sending them back in harmonious waves. The blue light intensified, and Amira felt the first rush of energy enter her body. It was cool and refreshing, like diving into a mountain spring on a hot summer day. Her cerulean vein, a delicate, flowing pattern resembling musical notation, activated immediately, glowing through her skin as it channeled the energy. To anyone watching her now, her bright smile during the pre-selection dinner, her bubbly chatter with the other candidates, Amira Dawn appeared to be simply another ambitious noble, perhaps more cheerful than most. No one would suspect the terrible burden she carried. 3 months ago, she had returned from a training expedition to find her family's estate unnaturally quiet. The usual bustle of servants was absent, and a strange tension hung in the air. She had rushed to her grandfather's pavilion, where the venerable patriarch of House Dawn spent his afternoons composing musical formations. He wasn't there. Instead, she found disarray. Scrolls scattered, a teacup shattered on the floor, and most disturbing of all, a small crimson stain on the carpet. That night, as she sat alone in her chambers, paralyzed with fear and uncertainty, a message had materialized on her desk in a flash of red light. The paper had burned her fingers slightly as she unfolded it, the unmistakable trace of red sun energy lingering on its edges. "Your grandfather remains alive for now," the message read. "His continued survival depends on your success. Become the next saintess, and House Dawn may yet have a future. Fail and your bloodline ends. Speak of this to anyone, and he dies immediately." The signature at the bottom had made her blood run cold. A simple red symbol she recognized from her studies, the mark of a high-ranking skybound cultivator. How a skybound had penetrated so deeply into Blue Sun territory, how they had overcome her grandfather's defenses, how they had neutralized the estate's ancient protective formations. These questions haunted her sleepless nights. But the why remained clear enough. The position of saint or saintess conferred tremendous influence and access to the Blue Sun faction's most guarded secrets. She had maintained her facade perfectly in the weeks that followed. No one, not her instructors, not her friends among the noble houses, not even her closest servants, suspected the truth behind her unusually intense preparation for the selection. Amira played the part of the excited, chatty candidate while carrying the weight of her grandfather's fate and the terrible choice before her. If she won and became saintess, she would be placing herself in an impossible position, a potential spy or saboteur at the heart of the Blue Sun hierarchy. If she failed, her grandfather would die, and House Dawn might end with him. And if she revealed the truth to anyone, the mysterious Skybound had promised immediate retribution. "I'll find a way," she had whispered to herself each night. "I'll save you and protect our people somehow." Now, as the blue energy flowed into her at an increasing rate, that determination hardened into resolve. Her song shifted to a more complex melody as she absorbed the surging power. Her cerulean vein pulsed brightly, the pattern extending further across her skin. "I won't fail you, grandfather," she whispered between verses, the chamber's acoustics carrying her words back to her like a promise. "Whatever comes after, I'll find a path through it." Hours seemed to pass, though she knew time moved strangely in the chamber. Her throat began to feel raw, but she pushed through the discomfort. The blue energy was flowing into her faster now, filling her spiritual pathways to capacity. A warning sensation, like the tingle before a limb falls asleep, began to spread through her body. Her instructors had been clear. This was the sign to stop, to accept her limits and surrender honorably. But Amira couldn't stop. Not yet. Not when so much depended on her success. She changed her song again, shifting to a technique her grandfather had forbidden her from using, the ethereal resonance. It was a dangerous method that could damage the singer's voice permanently, but it allowed for greater absorption of energy. The blue light responded immediately, surging into her with renewed intensity. Pain blossomed in her chest as her spiritual pathways began to stretch beyond their capacity. Her cerulean vein glowed so brightly now that it illuminated the entire chamber. "Just a little longer," she gasped between notes. "Just a little more." Then came the burning. It started in her fingertips, a sensation like touching hot coals. The pain raced up her arms and spread across her torso. Her song faltered as she gasped, but she forced herself to continue, even as tears streamed down her face. "The narrative has been stolen. If detected on Amazon, report the infringement." The blue energy was no longer flowing smoothly through her cerulean vein. Instead, it was backing up, like water behind a dam about to burst. Her spiritual channels were at their limit, unable to process any more of the celestial power pouring into her. Through tear-blurred eyes, Amira saw blue flames beginning to dance across her skin. Not normal fire. These flames burned inward, consuming her from the inside out. The warning her teachers had given about spiritual immolation suddenly seemed terribly inadequate to describe this agony. "No," she choked out. "Not yet. I can hold more. I have to." But her body knew better. As the blue flames intensified, consuming more of her flesh, Amira finally accepted the truth. She had reached her limit. No, she had passed it, pushed too far. With one last broken note hanging in the air, she collapsed from the meditation cushion. The exit formation seemed impossibly far away now. She tried to stand, but her legs no longer answered her commands. Instead, she began to crawl, dragging her burning body across the crystal floor. Each movement was agony. The blue flames had spread to her legs now, and she could feel her internal organs beginning to crystallize as the unprocessed energy transformed them. "Grandfather," she gasped. "I'm sorry." The formation was just inches from her outstretched fingers. With one final, desperate lunge, Amira pressed her palm against the glowing panel. As consciousness faded, her last thought was of her grandfather's gentle hands guiding hers across the strings of a guqin, teaching her the first notes of a song she might never finish. Eric Lemonov, the mindful heir. The transition through the portal was seamless for Eric, as if stepping from one room to another with only the slightest disorientation. He found himself in a crystal chamber bathed in blue light, simple and elegant in its design, much like the principles he'd been raised to embody. "How fitting," he murmured, taking in the meditation cushion at the center and the exit formation near what appeared to be a door. The chamber was sparse but beautiful, reflecting the blue sun's philosophy of clarity and purpose. Eric approached the cushion with the ease of someone who had spent countless hours in meditation. Unlike many of his peers, Eric felt no nervousness as the selection began. This moment had been prepared for throughout his entire life, not with desperate ambition but with steady cultivation and reflection. The blue light intensified around him, and he welcomed it, opening his spiritual channels gradually. His cerulean vein, an elegant, symmetrical pattern resembling interlocking circles, activated immediately, glowing through his skin with a steady azure light. As the energy flowed into him, Eric thought about what had brought him to this moment. House Lemonov had produced two saints in its long history, but unlike many noble families, they didn't measure their worth by such achievements. His father, Lord Caius Lemonov, had always emphasized service over status. "The saint is not chosen for glory," his father would say, "but for sacrifice. Remember that, Eric, should you ever find yourself in the selection." These words had shaped Eric's approach to cultivation. Where his peers sought to maximize their power and standing, he had focused on balance and harmony. His instructors often remarked that his energy circulation was among the most efficient they had ever witnessed, not because it was particularly powerful, but because it flowed without resistance or waste. The blue energy continued to fill his spiritual pathways. He didn't force it or grasp at it, but allowed it to move naturally, directing it with gentle nudges rather than forceful commands. Time seemed to stretch and compress around him. Had it been minutes? Hours? He couldn't tell, but it didn't matter. The selection wasn't about endurance but attunement. Quality over quantity. This was a truth many candidates failed to grasp. As the energy flow intensified, Eric felt a familiar pressure building in his chest. His spiritual channels were approaching their capacity, not their absolute limit, but the point at which efficiency would begin to decline. Interesting, he thought. Sooner than I expected. He could push further, of course. His reserves were deep, cultivated through years of diligent practice. But forcing more energy through his channels now would disrupt the harmony he had established. The blue sun's light would begin to meet resistance, creating friction and eventually damage. This was the test many failed. Recognizing the difference between one's maximum capacity and one's optimal capacity. The former might impress observers, but the latter was what truly mattered for effective service as a saint. Eric maintained his steady absorption for what felt like another hour, carefully monitoring the state of his spiritual channels. When the first signs of strain appeared, a slight unevenness in the flow, a subtle disharmony in his cerulean veins' pulse, he knew it was time. With the same calm deliberation that characterized all his actions, Eric opened his eyes and rose from the meditation cushion. The blue light had filled the chamber completely now, so bright that it would have been painful to any observer. But to Eric, it was simply the natural culmination of the process. He walked to the exit formation without hesitation or regret. Placing his palm against the glowing panel, he felt a sense of completion rather than surrender. "Whatever the outcome," he said softly, "I have done my best." As the formation activated and the door began to open, Eric felt certain he had made the right choice. The true measure of a saint wasn't how much energy they could hold, but how well they understood the responsibility that came with it. And perhaps that understanding was what the blue sun valued most of all. Bren Hart, the warrior's path. The transition was disorienting, even for someone of Bren's discipline. One moment he was stepping through the crystal archway. The next he stood in a circular chamber that seemed to be carved from a single massive piece of blue gemstone. The walls, floor, and ceiling formed a perfect sphere, with only a meditation cushion at the center and a small formation near what appeared to be a sealed door. "Humph," was Bren's only comment as he surveyed his surroundings. The Stonehaven monk had never been one for unnecessary words. He approached the cushion with the measured stride of a warrior, his shaved head gleaming in the blue light that permeated the chamber. The tattoos visible at his collar and wrists, sacred geometries representing the Stonehaven meditation techniques, seemed to pulse slightly in response to the energy around him. Unlike the other candidates, Bren did not immediately sit. Instead, he began a series of slow, deliberate movements, the opening stance of the Stonehaven 8 Elements form. His body flowed from one position to the next, each movement precisely calibrated to align his physical form with his spiritual essence. Only after completing the entire sequence did he finally settle onto the meditation cushion, sitting with his back straight as a spear and his hands resting on his knees, palms upward. As the blue light intensified and the first wave of energy entered the chamber, Bren's expression remained impassive. His cerulean vein, an angular, crystalline pattern reminiscent of mountain peaks, activated with a steady glow, spreading across his forehead and down his neck to connect with the tattoos on his chest and arms. While most light weavers channeled through artistic media, the monks of Stonehaven used their own bodies as the conduit. Movement and stillness, tension and relaxation. These were their brushes and inks, their chisels and clay. The physical form became both the canvas and the artwork itself. Bren had come to the selection not by choice but by duty. Stonehaven Monastery rarely participated in Blue Sun politics, preferring their isolated existence in the northern mountains. But every 7 cycles, they sent a candidate as part of an ancient covenant with the Lightweaver Order. As the monastery's most accomplished disciple, Bren had been the natural choice. He neither sought nor desired the position of saint, but he would perform his duty with the same dedication he brought to all aspects of his training. The blue energy continued to pour into the chamber, and Bren absorbed it methodically. Where Eric guided with gentle nudges and Amira channeled through song, Bren processed the energy through sheer disciplined will. Each spiritual pathway in his body had been systematically strengthened through years of harsh training, allowing him to absorb tremendous amounts of power without wavering. His thoughts remained focused and clear as the energy filled him. There was no place for doubt or ambition in Stonehaven teaching, only the present moment, only the task at hand. Time passed, meaningless in the blue-lit chamber. Bren's breathing remained steady, his posture perfect. But eventually, even his iron discipline met its natural limit. The energy flowing into him began to encounter resistance, backing up in his spiritual channels like water behind a dam. The warning signs were subtle, a slight tremor in his left hand, a momentary fluctuation in his cerulean veins' glow. To most observers, he would have appeared unchanged, but to Bren's hyper-aware consciousness, these were alarm bells. He had reached the threshold where continuing would no longer serve his purpose. The body was a temple to be maintained, not a fortress to be besieged. Destroying oneself to demonstrate strength was the height of foolishness, another teaching from Master Roan that had been beaten into him through years of training. With a single fluid motion, Bren rose from the meditation cushion. His movements betrayed none of the strain his system was under as he approached the exit formation. He placed his palm against the glowing panel without hesitation. "The mountain does not try to touch the sky," he murmured, reciting an old Stonehaven proverb. "It simply rises as high as it was meant to." As the formation activated, Bren knew he had fulfilled his duty. Stonehaven's covenant was honored for another 7 cycles. Whether he became saint or not was irrelevant. He had represented his order with integrity and discipline. That was all that had ever been asked of him. Dorian Valaris. Pride and ambition. The transition through the portal was more jarring than Dorian had expected, leaving him momentarily disoriented as he materialized in the crystal chamber. He quickly composed himself, adjusting his custom robes and surveying his surroundings with the critical eye of someone accustomed to judging the quality of his accommodations. "Rather minimalist," he murmured, his voice echoing slightly in the enclosed space. The chamber was undeniably beautiful, with its perfect circular form and luminous blue crystal walls, but it lacked the grandeur Dorian associated with truly important occasions. The meditation cushion in the center seemed almost insultingly plain. Dorian approached it with a slight frown, using the toe of his boot to nudge it, as if checking for dust. "I suppose it will have to do," he sighed, settling down onto the cushion. His posture was impeccable. Back straight, shoulders squared, chin slightly elevated. House Valaris had trained its children in proper deportment since before they could walk. As the blue light in the chamber intensified, signaling the beginning of the test, Dorian closed his eyes and activated his cerulean vein. The pattern, an elaborate, almost Baroque design resembling a stylized eye surrounded by radiating lines, glowed through his skin with impressive brightness. It was the same pattern his ancestors had used for 17 generations, refined and perfected through centuries of selective breeding and specialized training. The author's content has been appropriated. Report any instances of this story on Amazon. The first wave of blue sun energy poured into the chamber, and Dorian absorbed it easily. His spiritual channels, meticulously cultivated since childhood, processed the energy smoothly, distributing it throughout his system. As the energy flowed through him, Dorian's thoughts turned to what winning the selection would mean. House Valaris had produced 3 saints in their long and distinguished history, but the last had been over 1,600 years ago. His father had made it abundantly clear that ending this drought was not merely expected, it was required. The current political landscape demands a Valaris' saint. His father had explained during their final strategy session before Dorian's departure for the academy. With the eastern borders becoming increasingly unstable and House Varian's influence waning, there's a power vacuum that must be filled by a family with proper lineage and resources. The implication was clear. Failure was not an option. House Valaris had invested too much in his preparation, secured too many political alliances predicated on his success, to accept anything less than victory. More energy flowed into the chamber, and Dorian increased his absorption rate accordingly. He employed the specialized techniques developed by generations of Valaris painters, visualizing the energy as streams of blue pigment that he could direct and blend with perfect control. Unlike some of the other candidates, Dorian had no qualms about pushing his limits. His instructors had subjected him to increasingly intense energy exposures throughout his training, deliberately expanding his capacity beyond what would be considered safe for most practitioners. "A Valaris does not yield to discomfort," his father would say. "Greatness requires sacrifice." Time passed in the strange, fluid manner unique to the testing chambers. Dorian maintained his focus, systematically channeling the blue energy through his expanded spiritual pathways. The glow of his cerulean vein intensified, spreading to cover most of his face and neck in an impressive display of power. Eventually, even his enhanced capacity began to approach its limits. Warning sensations, sharp pains in his chest, a burning along his spiritual meridians, signaled that he was nearing the threshold of what his body could safely contain. Dorian gritted his teeth and pushed onward. House Valaris did not produce saints by playing it safe. The pain increased, becoming a constant, throbbing presence throughout his body. His cerulean veins' glow flickered slightly, the first indication that his control was slipping. Despite his determination, Dorian was not foolish. He had been thoroughly briefed on the dangers of spiritual immolation. Just 2 years ago, a cousin from a cadet branch of House Valaris had pushed too far in training, resulting in permanent damage to his cultivation base. Such an outcome would be unacceptable. When the blue energy began to feel like molten glass flowing through his veins, Dorian finally acknowledged his limit. With a reluctant sigh, he opened his eyes and rose from the meditation cushion. The chamber around him was now so bright with blue light that the walls seemed almost transparent. He approached the exit formation slowly, maintaining his dignified bearing despite the pain coursing through his system. House Valaris has done its part, he stated firmly, placing his palm against the glowing panel. The saint's mantle awaits its rightful bearer. As the formation activated, Dorian felt absolute confidence. No other candidate could possibly have absorbed more energy than he had. His family's centuries of selective breeding, specialized training, and political maneuvering were about to pay dividends. The position of saint and all the power and influence that came with it would finally return to House Velaris. Leyland Varian, grace in decline. The transition through the portal was gentle for Leyland, like stepping through a waterfall of light. She found herself in the crystal chamber with its simple meditation cushion and exit formation, the blue light already beginning to intensify around her. "So, this is where it happens," she murmured, taking in the sacred space. Unlike Dorian with his dismissive assessment or Eric with his calm acceptance, Leyland approached the chamber with genuine wonder. The Cerulean Spire was one of the most sacred structures in the Blue Sun territories, and standing within it, feeling its ancient power, was humbling. She moved to the meditation cushion and settled into position. As the blue light grew stronger and the first waves of energy entered the chamber, Leyland closed her eyes and activated her cerulean vein. The pattern, an elegant, flowing design resembling calligraphic brushstrokes, glowed through her skin with a soft, steady light. The energy flowed into her spiritual channels smoothly, guided by the precise control that characterized House Varian's calligraphy technique. Where Dorian forced and Eric guided, Leyland invited. Each stroke of energy welcomed and directed like ink on parchment. As she absorbed the Blue Sun's power, Leyland reflected on what had brought her to this moment. House Varian had once been among the most prominent noble families in the Eastern Territories, renowned for their calligraphy technique and the three saints they had produced throughout history. But fortunes change. A series of poor investments, political missteps, and natural disasters had gradually eroded their wealth and influence. The final blow had come during her grandmother's time, a devastating flood that destroyed their ancestral libraries, washing away priceless manuscripts and cultivation manuals that had been the foundation of their technique. And their situation only worsened with her death. Now, House Varian maintained a precarious position among the noble families. Their names still commanded respect, but their resources were dwindling. The magnificent estate where Leyland had grown up now stood half-empty, many rooms closed off to save on maintenance costs. Becoming saint would restore everything, not merely their wealth and political standing, but their dignity. It would validate generations of sacrifice and preservation against mounting odds. Yet unlike Dorian or Amira, Leyland didn't approach the selection with desperate determination. Her grandmother, the family's last great lightweaver, had taught her a different perspective. The Blue Sun chooses its voice for reasons beyond our understanding, the old woman had told her. Seek to be worthy, not to win. The difference is subtle but crucial. This philosophy had guided Leyland's cultivation. She had trained diligently but joyfully, finding genuine pleasure in the calligraphic techniques. She had studied the sacred texts not merely to memorize them but to understand them. And she had developed her cerulean vein not to maximize power but to achieve harmony. The blue energy continued to flow into her, filling her spiritual channels with cool, refreshing power. Her cerulean vein pulsed, the pattern extending gradually across her forehead and down her neck. Time passed in the strange, elastic manner peculiar to the testing chambers. Leyland maintained her focused meditation, absorbing the energy with the same careful attention she would give to executing a difficult calligraphic technique. Eventually, she began to feel the first signs of strain, a slight pressure in her chest, a subtle irregularity in her energy circulation. These were the warnings her grandmother had described, the signals that she was approaching her natural capacity. Unlike Dorian, who pushed against these limits, or Amira, who ignored them entirely, Leyland listened to what her body was telling her. The Blue Sun valued harmony above all else. Forcing more energy than her spiritual channels could comfortably hold would only create dissonance. With a sad smile, she opened her eyes and approached the exit formation. "I offer what I am," she said softly, placing her palm against the panel. Nothing more, nothing less. As the formation activated, Leyland felt a profound peace settle over her. Whether she became saintess or not, she had remained true to her family's deeper principles, not the desperate grasping at faded glory that characterized their recent generations, but the elegant harmony that had been their original strength. If the Blue Sun chose her, House Varian would rise again. If not, she would find another path forward. Either way, she would face the future with the same grace that had guided her through the selection.